5 next turn. Ah, fuck it. No. I can't get the combo I need. Fuck! Alright, Thunderfall. Fuck it.
Lightning strike.
Oh, they're close, but no cigar. Okay. Hopefully next turn. I guess I just shoot it, right? Bet that's the way I can clear most of it. Yeah. Alright. I hope I deal enough. Oh, I think I just barely got it, maybe. Let's see. With the fire damage? Yes! Oh. No damage. Polished Chroma Catalyst X5? Whoa! That's a huge reward! Alright, definitely resting up after that. I don't know if this really matters. I might just be wasting my time, but oh no, we gotta upgrade our shit. There we go. Splatoon music does, from what I understand, just go insano mode on the music. I was not a Wii U gamer, but I've heard nothing but good things about the Splatoon series. Did I rest? Do I need to rest? I don't think I need to rest, actually. They have like a pretty involved single player mode in the second and third games, don't they? Or in the second game it was DLC with the octopi or whatever. Secret agent octopuses. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Frames, please. One at a time. No, actually more than one at a time. Many at a time. Like many within 1 second, please.
Many frames.
Many frames. Oh, hello. 33. Gestrels. Everyone used to pass through here. Place of joy. Just laughing with everyone. What are their names? Why do I forget? Everything is washed away. Boy has gone silent. Washed away, you say? Perhaps flushed away? Hit 2000s animated classic? Hidden gem, some might even say? Oh. Very involved DLC.
That's a lot of dead Nevrons.
Who did?
Never alert!
I don't see
I
any.
think they mean us.
They must be Jestrels. They're cute, but they're idiots.
They're fucking stupid.
Hey, hey, we're not Nevrons!
Whoa. Okay. Oh, there's a weak point. Boop, boop. Right arm destroyed. Oh, I'm sorry. Looked like you worked really hard on that. Ow. Oh, we're all marked. Uh-oh. Is that a weak spot? No, it is.
Second wind.
Second wind. Why did I do that? It's already weak to fire. Oh, he can counterattack! Well, goodbye. That's not fair. Only I should be able to do that. Fuck! Oh, Jesus. What a counter. Alright, time for Gustav to fucking solo this shit again. God damn. Ah! Can I counter the counterattack? Is that a thing I can do? Can I dodge it? Can I do anything? Is it just free damage they get?
I think it's when the shield is raised.
When the shield is raised? Stop moving your arm. Stop it.
Let us stain them.
There we go.
Danger!
Bro, we love the yapping.
Yep. Doing it.
Pretty awesome to just hear what people are into, you know? The stuff you're passionate about, that's what makes you alive. Alright, I'll mark you, bro. Am I supposed to break this? Like, it doesn't look like that has a weak, like, it's not a glowing weak point like the other thing. So I was like, I don't think I'm supposed to attack it, but I guess maybe I am. No, I think your heart keeps you alive. Like, if we're gonna give credit, like, just based on majority of, like, support, I think the heart's doing probably the most. I'm not gonna say the bones aren't doing anything. Obviously, they're doing stuff, but, like, I think the heart's kind of keeping it all together, really. That and the brain.
Let the ink flow.
Let the ink flow. early. The humble mitochondria. Oh my god, a Guilty Gear enjoyer. Okay, that did not do it. Yeah, they're counterattacking whether or not. Too early. Whether or not I do attacks that aren't at their shields. I mean, I guess I just don't attack them at all until their counterattack thing drops, until their shield drops. Very fair and real. I'm the level of good at Guilty Gear where I can consistently beat someone who has not played the game or does not play fighting games regularly, but then I get my ass handed to me the second I start playing against people that actually play the game. Tale as old as time, really. Why does it take different amounts of hits to take off the arm sometimes? Am I just not hitting the weak point, like, with my angles? Huh?
Might just be missing the egg.
That sucks. There we go. Woo! Do I just not do anything for a turn? Guess I can. You just sit here. Or I can do this. Oh, you can counterattack the counterattack. Oh man. Oh, but all right, it'll blow me up if Gustav just has enough health though. It's fine. Guilty Gear is the only game I learned how to do quarter circles for.
Don't worry.
And it's explicitly because the music bangs so fucking hard in that game that I just want to keep playing it, keep listening to the banger music.
If you guide us to your village.
Cool, Beckett!
Guide us to your village and maybe he'll make you something better.
Wait, what are you?
Trust me, I hate liars.
Okay.
You're better with gestural than humans.
They're less
Way to prolong the
complicated.
experience. New weapon. Scale of agility though, not vitality. Not for me. Not for me. Expedition 63. I think I actually have signed artwork of ABBA above my desk here, where a friend of ours went to Evo and I guess got into a line for a signing. They're not like a huge ABBA fan themselves, and honestly, I'm not either. I'm Ramlethal, fucking Sweatlord all the way. Love big swords, big lasers. Stay the fuck away from me, kind of shit. But ABBA's got an amazing design, undeniably. Giant Key, sick as hell. I think she came out after I kind of stopped playing, so I didn't really get a chance to try her out. And I don't think I have the DLC pack that she's in. I got like the first one only. I do see them go on sale somewhat regularly, and I am kind of interested in maybe picking them up again, or picking them up when they're on sale sometime. But for now, I just admire from a distance. Oh wait, this is where I think it was from before. Oh, thank God. Alright.
Great.
Shit got healed. Guys, can you please let your buddies know that we're friendly? Oh, wow. Okay, a lot of shit going on here, I see. See, I feel like I'm hitting that shit dead on. I don't know how that's not hitting. But whatever. Oh, that closed all of it. All right.
Get ready.
Oh, oh! Okay, a threefer. Scary. Oh! It just fucking dick blasted me. That's not cool. That's not cool at all.
Let's push forward.
Please survive.
Parried.
Careful, Mael.
Nice. The audio cue. Huge. And God.
Let the ink flow.
Chat. I'm gonna electrocute his dick off. Okay, actually, he's super resistant to it. I lied. Not gonna do that at all. Okay. That did not help me there. Hates me specifically. Yeah. Ooh, new weapon. Yummy. Alright, all I'm really trying to do here is just get back around to that point where I saw there was a cliff and what the... Oh, this is terrifying, actually. Oh. Alright, fuck it. I'm throwing hands with you. Come here. I've decided hands will be thrown. First strike. There we go. The storm is coming.
Get ready.
Ow. No ammo? All right, I'm weakened. Duh.
Dodge Gasa.
Ow. I really hate how the Twitch ad UI, like on the streamer side, is just like
Interesting.
forces chat down. So I just want to read the most recent message. Why does it make it scroll such that I can't read the most recent messages while it's showing me the scrolling thing saying there's an ad happening or there's an ad gonna happen soon? It keeps making me like not able to read the newest chat messages. Whee! Alright, what do we got here? Ooh. Trebuchem. Heals vitality and luck. Generate a random strain on free aim shot. Hold on. Now that's something I don't think I can ignore. That's kind of too good to ignore. That's kind of fire. We got a new pick though too. What's this? Attack life. I might just make Gustav just like a full-on basic attacker. Who needs to fucking do fancy shit when we can just, you know, swing at people with basic attacks all day, every day? For one turn on base attack. And what does this replace? It gives health and a crit chance. Okay. Increased base attack damage. I'll replace the level 1, I suppose. There you go. Beautiful. And I need a lot more Lumina to get to the next one, but I think I have some lying around. So that might be possible. One of them is pregnant. That's just crazy. This is what I'm looking for.
Nice.
Oh, it was a color of Lumina? Bruh. Alright. It is past midnight. Oh boy. I am really loving this game though. Sorry, how close am I to getting a fourth party member? I feel like I get one here.
You are pretty close, but it's still gonna be a bit. I'd say at least enough.
Another hour? I was gonna say stop after getting another party member, but maybe I just go to the next flag.
I think you are
Great.
close getting to the Jestral village. You do get the best character. She's best.
Yeah, I guess I'll get to the village and then...
Yeah, get to the village, and then you'll have a lot to...
Okay.
Letty, shut your mouth. Wrong.
what's over this way? Oh, pretty blue flowers.
I ain't gonna hear shit from a left foot.
This will be useful.
That looks like a fight over there that I'm going to wait to do until I know that the thing that's gonna let me wrap up the gameplay is not right around the corner here. Oh, no. Okay. It's not... That is what I need to go do, because right here is a fucking mime.
Great.
But I have to fight the mime. I have to. I have to do it right now. I have to give... I have to get Luna some nice fucking shades.
En garde.
Okay. Three burn.
A storm is coming.
A storm is coming.
Thunder.
Go. 42 damage. Hand-to-hand combo. Counter.
Finesse and grace. From fire.
Sickle mode stance. Oh, I don't have enough for rock slide. That's unfortunate.
Please survive.
Oh, there was a fourth one! I keep forgetting there's a fourth one! Fuck!
Flames on me.
Let us stain them.
Let us stain them. Get up.
Let's finish this.
Gustav, don't die.
Mission failed. Very dead.
From fire.
Chroma is flowing.
Chroma's flowing.
Quake in fear.
Oh, finally. Get up, Gustav! Fuck that hammer. That dumbass hammer.
A storm is coming.
The storm is coming.
On me.
Counter.
Let the ink flow. A storm is coming.
Beautiful combo. Let's go. Didn't even need the perfect hit. Holy. Got the fire. Oh, yes. Backhead fit. Backhead fit. Backhead fit. You know she's got to rock the baguette fit. Beautiful. All right. That was an important mind fight. We had to do it. We had to do it to him. Gonna be a moth prince? Whoa. That sounds awesome. Oh man, I have no health. And I can't give myself any health, can I? Nope. Wow. Yep. All right.
These things are fascinating.
How do they even stand?
Maybe I just sneak past this combat. Maybe I just do a little sneaky beaky leg movement. I have no health.
Ugh. This place is confusing.
They built it to make their village harder to find.
Oh, there's a lot more guys here than I was hoping for. Okay. Bug respecters in chat.
Nice.
Chroma elixir though. A place to rest. Yes. Giant Bell Alley. Whoa! That's cool. Is it accessible from the other side now? Alright, what is over here? Just out of curiosity. Or is this where I came from? I am a little bit confused. Where are we at? Don't worry, bro. Don't worry about me. Just passing through. Trying to find where I've been before. I think I came from here and then went this way. Yeah, okay, no, I've been here. Hydrate. Thank you. Gotta stay hydrated. As the night carries on. Oh, and Tori.
What, Andy?
You gotta hydrate.
Aww.
You got to be hydrated. Alright. I made a fast travel point there, but getting it for now. And the expedition thing's here. What is over here? Oh god, is this a bossing? Oh god. Oh no, this is it's the village. Shut the fuck up. These guys scream chaotic neutral.
Must be getting close to the village.
We gotta try killing these guys, alright? We built this whole thing.
Kinda looks the same as all the others.
Hey, cocky, Maya. Look at its equipment. That looks a lot more dangerous than the others. No, seriously.
It's gonna blow our fucking faces off, man. All right, here we go.
I'm ready.
Kablow. Any weak points? Doesn't really look like it. Okay. Ow.
Careful, my.
Alright, I'm absolutely throwing. But don't worry, this is just a Gustav game now. We just win with Gustav. Whew. Overcharge!
For those who come up,
Resistant to electricity though, damn. Counter! Whew. I get in a flow state with Gustav. I don't know what it is.
second ring.
Alright, cured the mark part. Ow. I say that and then immediately. Overcharge ready.
For those who come after.
Whoa! It's gonna be a slow ass fight with one guy though. Oh, now he's raising his shield? Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Wasn't gonna make much progress with just one guy. Oh! Okay, but I get a preview of what's to come. That looks horrifying. Dodging is easier than parrying. I know! I know!
Zombie alert! Zombie alert! Ultima.
On me.
Do not need to afflict it with weakness to fire. It already has it. We'll hit it with defensive.
Let the ink flow.
Let the ink flow. I gotta smack him. Whoa! Fuck yeah. Nice damage.
Finesse and grace.
Mark that shit. Oh!
Spill some ink. Precise strike.
Shield raised. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hurts.
But I have the mana for this. I gotta do it. I gotta do it to him.
Quake in fear.
It's done. Bro is hella stunned.
Second wave.
Oh god.
Let the ink flow.
Hooah! Ow. Oh, that's bad. Oh, and we're burned. Yeah, that's really bad. Ooh. Do I heal? Do I heal? I don't know.
Better.
Counter. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. No! I needed you to not do that. I needed you to really not do that. But hey, now you're not burned, I guess. Oh, we just counter these though. Then we win. For sure. Holy fuck. Okay. Oh, we're here. Let's fucking overcharge the shit out of this guy.
For those who come after.
Wow, that did... Oh, weak spot exposed. Okay. Arm broken. Unleashes full power. Uh-oh. The fuck does that mean? I gotta get out of here.
Careful.
Okay. Ow. We have another revival tent. Gonna use it.
Better. Please survive.
Okay. Good. Now. Rock slide. Hey, the fucking shit's getting real laggy this time. Counter! Kill him! Yes! Oh. That was satisfying.
Chef.
Chef? John Favreau's chef? Do we all get silly glasses with the baguette fits? Just notice that. Speed, critical rate, 25% increased break damage. Alright. I probably missed some stuff back there, but I'm gonna take the L on that. Keep moving here. What is this? Hold on. What is over here? What is all this shit?
Perfect.
Stun boost, 30% increases on stun targets. Huh, like hidden behind here. Okay, well, glad I found it. Let's keep going. Get to a good stopping point. Male can't stay in offensive or defensive stance 2 turns in a row. Try to switch stance every turn to prevent being stanceless. Didn't know? Oh. I guess this is the village? Alright. Kind of like the overworld, but... Actually, I can't go to camp here. Maybe this will be a good spot to call it then. For the night. Go to camp. Where's my boy? First of all, level up. Many points available. Look up. Some more health. We are going to be moving to a different part of the stream where I will be sleeping, but I will still be live. We're bringing back the sleep stream, where media quests will be open and they'll be free, and you can just submit whatever fucking cursed ass videos you want, to the queue, and then I'll be subjected to listening to them. While I'm trying to get some shut-eye. But yeah, it'll be the end of, like, active kind of stuff for the night.
What time are we resuming tomorrow?
Whenever I wake up.
Okay.
Whenever I feel I've gotten enough sleep to be coherent. High lightning damage to all enemies can break. Target is broken by the hit overcharge.
I'm gonna post first milestone. Video announcements.
Yes, please. Yeah, this is a good point to call it at the end of day 1 here. Very high single target damage. Shit.
What's our day 1 mount?
Our day 1 amount raised. We've got 900 from Venmo, so just add that to the 577 that we got. Or no, sorry, I don't. It's too small on my screen, but add 900 to whatever's on Tiltify. And we also got a couple of Twitch subs, but I think I'll just count those at the end. It'll be easier. Upgrade there. Wow, this is a big fucking environment for camp. Where's the guy? Oh, okay, this is just a dark corner. Hello? Where's the guy that lets me upgrade my shit? Where's he at? Not over here. Oh, he's way over here, right. add video to queue. I will demonstrate momentarily. You can actually use the help media command that I think I still have in the stream title there. That should give you all the commands you need. Lodally as you do in Kingdom Hearts 3. You did, you know, I could see that. I could see that comparison for sure. Holy shit. Alright, I don't have enough for any more of that. And I'd use it all on one thing. Alright, cool. I need like 10 more. I'll do like 8 more. I think I got 2 levels, so I got 1. Don't have any of these tint upgrades. Fuck. There we go. Oh, energizing break would be good too, though. Ugma. Critical burn. Oh. Oh, I got energizing start too. 1 AP on battle start. Not bad, not bad. Oh, I don't need staggering attack. Why do I have that on her? Burn on free aim shot. 3 AP on killing enemy. Breaking a target. Actually, I'm not doing this that often with her. Do it. Take the shit that I just put on mail over. What? Alright. Hell, you don't need that. What do you need? What do you need? Burning shot, stun boost. Damage. Stun boost. Oh, I don't need the cleaning in. Crazy. Out of my mind. None of these are really great for her right now. That is better. Do that. Okay. Update posted. Yippee!
I'll do a proper recap to
Sure. Good. Yeah, alright. Did I want to put more Lumos points into him? Kind of. That seems pretty good. How do I tell that I've gotten the 4 battles? Oh, the thing surrounding it. I see. But those are also super expensive, so I don't really want to trade them out. These could be learned, though, is the thing. Yeah, okay. Stun boost to do that. And I want augmented, energizing, and exposing, which I definitely don't have the AP for all of, but see if I can get the AP for one of them at least. And not upgrade weapons. Not that. Give it all to Goost. To the Gooster. Increase base attack damage. Yar. Alright, I'll get the others back sooner or later. Alright, that is gonna do it. I'll rest by the campfire just to be extra safe. But I think we're good. Or rest by the... rest at the campfire. Just before that. Yeah, and then I'm gonna... quit. And get out of here. Give me your favorite food or ancient time period. This is for video picking out. Ooh, okay. Great question. Ancient time period. That's a tough one. I'm not like a big... I love history, but I love like just kind of all of history. So... like, I could just listen to anything, you know? I don't have any particular interest in one thing over another, I guess. But I guess if I'll say something, I'll say Ireland. Give me some Irish history. I'm gonna turn on auto frame, but just keep it all the way zoomed out and move the camera a little bit around. An ancient location. Oh, ancient time period. Sorry, I need to sleep. I did not parse your statement correctly. Ancient time period could be like, I don't know. I think early civilization stuff is more interesting to me than stuff more recently, because like you don't really cover that much in public school. I didn't, at least. Other than like we descended from apes and Mesopotamia, but like between Mesopotamia and I don't know, like the American Revolution, because like that's basically all American history classes teach about. Oh yeah, the shortest one is 21 minutes. Yeah, sorry, I do have to enforce some kind of limitation there. So that's got to be it. But I've turned on viewer requests. Let me retitle the stream. And I'm gonna call this. I'm gonna retitle tonight 1. There we go. Now just to make it extra clear, media
This is a map of
requests.
a computer
on.
or a god can evaluate billions of positions to check this result.
I don't. I could do first playthrough. Or do you think blind playthrough or first playthrough?
This is a map of perfect play of Connect
Okay.
4.
Turn off the loud tag. Turn off the Twitch integration.
But don't have much room for deviation. Each
Uh,
branch emanating from this central node is a different Connect 4.
Blind playthrough. And first playthrough. There we
Somewhat
go.
long and convoluted, but don't have much
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
room for
8, 9.
deviation,
Oh, I have one more.
like this long unbranching line.
Wave it at.
Some, on the other hand, have a bunch of variations on the same theme, as indicated by this large blob of opportunities.
What's the last tag? I got blind in first playthrough in here.
Turns, dropping discs.
Sleep stream, yes.
can we come
You're
up
so
with a
right.
concept
I'll replace it with
like
VTuber when
this?
we're back online tomorrow.
Little
Yeah,
graph.
yeah.
We start by imagining two
Okay.
omniscient gods playing a game of Connect 4. Players take turns dropping discs in the column. He would lose as well.
Oh, yeah, unfortunately, Stream Elements doesn't have a way to just list them all out, but I see Solves Connect 4, Hurdy-Gurdy, and Irish Stew from 1900. Oh, and the Irish Potato Famine.
There is no path to victory.
The famine.
And
Starting one column.
Okay. Yeah, I think...
Starting almost in the center.
Yeah, we can give that a shot if you want.
Would yield a tie.
Try plugging that in.
Playing right in the center.
I'm going to... Oh,
Flawless opponent.
you alright?
God 2 playing yellow used strategies similar to the God opening imaginable. God
Oh my
2
god,
relied on
877.
no way of
We're
stopping
almost at our next goal already. First day, and we're almost to the PAX West vlog.
by computer
That's
scientists
crazy.
Allen and Victor Alice in 1988.
no.
They used center, but why? Programs to
All
search
right.
millions of possible branches.
Let's see how this works.
Solutions like these make for great computer science. But as a human Connect 4 player, it kind of leaves you wanting.
Bad boy in.
Player 1 wins by playing
Are
what's
just
possible for player 1.
Ooh, is that the digital art?
To check this
Yeah.
result.
Holy shit!
But what's left
You cranked that bad boy out!
after player
God.
1 plays in the center?
God
what
damn!
should open inspected?
Is off.
Should player 2
You're going
respond
crazy.
or 1 over? How about all the way on the side?
Alright. This is awesome. Thank you so much for all these amazing cues. I was ready to be assaulted with Ram Ranch, and it's so delightful to not be assaulted with that right off the bat. I'm sure it's coming, but I will gladly take this as an opening volley for the evening. Alright, I'm gonna...
Because instead of relying on brute force search, I found a profoundly simpler
no, I don't think so.
All it takes is this graph.
Alright. Let's see, does the output go here?
And you want a strategy to play your next game of Connect 4 perfectly. What else? Besides running brute force search in
Yeah, I
your
see
head,
that on.
Instead,
Do I need to
you
turn
memorize every
this
number up
on?
front.
Or something?
That way you can just recall
How do I know that it's
spots
on?
during the game.
This is the G733 gaming headset, right, Tori?
As this poor soul found out.
Okay.
These
How
two
to-
strategies, brute force search
Is there like a light on it?
both involve
Ah.
a large tree of positions. The difference is that just reading ahead makes you think a
Uh,
lot, and memorizing branches
think
makes you
so.
remember a lot.
Oh, hold on. I think it
The
switched my
amount of
output
positions
device.
to
Yes, it
memorize
did!
in depth grows really
That's the
fast.
problem.
There's one empty position,
Ask
7
Google.
options for the first move.
It's not gonna hear it.
2-move continuations. After 5 moves, there's 4,000 possibilities. And by the time we reach move 10, the number of positions we need to memorize is in the millions.
Why is the audio not playing?
Plotting
It's
the
playing in my
effect of
headphones,
after
right?
10 moves, we get a curve like this.
Yeah. Why is it not
Lots of
playing in here?
exponential growth. Now, after n moves have already been played, if we plot the amount of work needed to brute force solve the rest of the game, the amount of
I do-
reading ahead required follows
If
a
you want the...
flat curve.
I don't know if you want the watch,
For a
but
game
I
like
didn't
this
want
that's
to get it.
almost over, there's much
Thank you, though.
less work needed to read through it compared to brute forcing the opening position.
Input...
This
Realtek,
suggests a hybrid approach.
Speakers...
Memorize all positions up to the mid-game, and then we switch over to reading ahead. In other words, by balancing thinking hard and memorizing a lot, we can avoid these exponential explosions.
I feel like
This is
I've
why
dealt
chess players
we've dealt with this
memorize
problem
openings.
before, but I don't
By
remember
memorizing openings, you can avoid the
what the
potential for
solution
making a
was.
mistake reading ahead up to a certain depth.
It is
Eventually,
not coming out of
the
these headphones.
variations reachable at some depth is not memorizable, and you have to start thinking ahead. Victor Alice
Okay,
published a
yeah,
Connect
it's
4 solution
beeping.
like that
Should I
in
max it out?
1988. He found a table of 500,000 perfect openings and a computer algorithm to solve endgames in a few seconds. Now, I don't know about you,
Not the
but I
studio
can't memorize
virtual
half of
mixer.
those positions. Before I show you how to shrink that number by a factor of 100, let me explain the trees that I've been showing in the background. If we add every possible Connect 4 position to a tree, we get this gigantic thing. This full game
Oh, do I not have it?
taken as a guide on where to play is called a strong solution.
There we go.
However, it includes nodes where
I never turned these on to
red
play
has
out
already
to
blundered.
A3.
Remember, God
Okay,
determined that
so I'm gonna have these headphones on. You're gonna be able to send whatever you want into the queue, and that'll be playing in my ears while I sleep. So please, nothing insane. I can still pull out my remote keyboard if I need to, if there's some heinous shit being put on. But yeah, I'm mostly just gonna let it fly,
Consider this position.
and we'll just
It's
see
red
what
to move,
happens.
And there's 2 winning
I gotta change that BRB text. No.
Everything else would be a
We'll be back. Tori's going to sleep in the bedroom, and I'm going to sleep on the couch like a dog.
Instead of just memorizing
Like
one,
the
we like
dog
red.
that I am.
Let's delete each duplicate option.
Properties.
This tree is sufficient.
Myself.
We can still play perfectly up
On
to move
stream.
5 by
Mm-hmm.
For you all.
We've just
For
cut out
you,
all of
the
stupid
audience.
that we don't need.
There we go.
For
That plus
reason,
900
we call
up
this
there.
Not a strong solution, but a weak
Oh,
solution.
me.
You belong on the couch.
Whoa. Whoa.
It's red to move.
Oh, I don't have the QR
What do
code
you
on
think
screen
the
now.
weak
I can
solution
add
looks like for this position?
the
I'll give you
Tiltify.
a few options.
Oh, I know.
Do you think it looks like
Man is rallying me.
Get corralled, idiot.
messy tree?
Alright.
How about
Camera.
this third messy tree? Or do you think that it looks like this? next
Rack
tree?
up points. Yeah, that's very valid too.
About appearance. If the
Alright,
weak
I'm gonna
solution is
add
particularly
source.
simple, that means we can
Gonna
compress
add
the information contained within it.
Text.
So make your guess. Which one do you think it is?
There you go.
The answer is all of them.
Temp?
Remember how I chose between 2
No,
winning options
not
earlier?
temp. Well,
Up to the choices we make,
temp
we
also
can
works
get much
though.
different trees. This tree is what
Alright,
you
and
get
what's
if at any
the-
time there's a decision between 2 winning moves, you always choose the leftmost one. This tree involves always picking the rightmost
There's
option.
the Tiltify.
This tree involves
Alright.
picking randomly between the winning options.
And
But how on earth did I make this one?
properties.
How do we identify these patterny weak solutions?
Nope.
I use what I call a steady state
That's not
diagram.
what I wanted to
The
copy.
diagram is like a cheat
There we
sheet,
go.
telling Red how to make all the right moves from here until the end of the game. To read it, there's a series of 8 priorities. It's Red's turn. Let's follow the diagram to win the game. Rule 1. Can we win by making a line of 4?
There we go. Alright. Tiltify link is live on TikTok.
Is the opponent about
And I think that should do it.
Nope. Continue.
Could not add song. The requested song. What did you try to add?
Yes, that's the move we'll make.
Oh, no. No. Maxor, thankfully, makes their videos too long to fit into this key system. I doubled the length, by the way. The last time I did this, I put the max video length at 10 minutes.
The first rule that applies now is
So
rule
I'm
6,
really
which says to play on a
putting
plus sign.
life and limb on the line here by giving y'all 20 minutes. See what you can do with that. Get
Try to figure
creative.
out what Red should do next, according to the rules.
Yeah. I'm gonna probably go to use the restroom, and then I'll hop on the
There's
couch
only one
and
sign available now.
crash
Red
out.
plays on it.
Oh, but I
As
forgot the most
if you
important part.
follow this cheat sheet,
Hold on.
regardless of what yellow does, yellow diagrams are effectively a form of compression. By identifying such
Okay.
a simple program to play perfect endgames, which
I'm
describes
actually
a
gonna
very
leave the
progressive
call.
solution for our position, we
I don't
can
know
use
what's
that program
the-
instead of some convoluted search
I don't know what
engine.
Twitch is gonna do if I
So, what is the cheat
leave
sheet
open
for
their
the starting
thing
position?
stream together forever. So I'm gonna turn my camera back on.
These diagrams are only good for
There we go.
defining mid-games when the path to victory is already somewhat well defined. So we're back to building trees. But this time, we can trim positions which
And
have a steady
in
state
the
solution,
background,
leaving us with the graph that I showed you in the start of this video.
put on a second video.
This is once again a weak solution. But at every leaf node, instead of the game being over, we instead have a steady-state diagram showing how to continue perfect play after that point, implicitly defining the remaining compressed game tree. This is just the compressed subgraph resulting from one particular leaf node. Imagine having to memorize one of those subtrees for every single leaf node on the graph. That's the degree of compression we're dealing with. The first thing you might notice about this graph is that it's symmetrical. This makes sense. If yellow plays on the left versus on the right, we'll respond in a way that is mirrored horizontally. There's a few exceptions to this rule. For example, this branch only has one asymmetric copy. In this case, both players made a perfectly symmetrical opening, and red must pick a side to continue on. This opening is called the 6-1 because of the central column of 6 and neighboring column of 1. Let's shrink the graph even further by fusing together mirror symmetric nodes. This Connect 4 solution has only 4,550 nodes. Comparing against Victor Alice's solution from the 80s, Alice's opening book was more than 100 times as large, with 500,000 nodes. Furthermore, unlike the few seconds of search that Alice used, we don't need any search whatsoever, since the steady-state diagrams instantly tell us what to do in the endgame. This
You know where the TV remote is, Tori?
4 openings. Long branches represent openings which don't quickly simplify for player 1. They correspond quite well to openings
There's gonna be some
which
media on the
N4
TV
players
behind.
actually study and practice. And this is great. It provides a framework to measure the difficulty of openings. For example, if player 2 plays like this, with player 1 following the solution,
Yes.
we run into a steady state right away, meaning yellow didn't play a very challenging opening.
I got one more thing to add to the stream
What about the
title before I
hardest
crash
opening
out.
for player 1? The first move which preserves the longest downstream subgraph is one off from center. Red, following the solution, is left with 2,727 downstream
on.
nodes. One of the largest branches can be reached like this.
There we
It's
go.
the depth 8 position with the most downstream nodes. For Connect 4 players, this probably isn't
Okay.
surprising. This is a very popular, very challenging opening. Center column openings are in second place, also contributing a lot of nodes to the graph. These first central moves are entirely forced. From here,
Listen, some people are just visiting and they temporarily set their location,
which involves making towers like so,
which is still
which is
screwed
also
up,
forced.
but
We've covered a
believable.
whole bunch of solutions
All right.
to Connect 4. Brute force search
There we
relies
go.
intensively on reading ahead, but needs no memory. Memorizing the whole game tree beforehand takes up a ton of data,
All right.
no CPU.
I'm also gonna reset the recording here. We are at 13 hours.
And searching at the end,
I'm going to
demanding just a little use pattern recognition
Here.
to compress the
Great.
tree up front, demanding
All right.
even less memory and compute.
uh
The behest of a
Also-
lot of resources used in upfront
oh no, that's the same temp.
pattern
Fuck.
identification. In
I'm
each case,
El
just
Stupido.
trade-offs between different resources. Want to use less compute? That comes at the cost
What
of
is-
other resources. This all begs the question, where is all this complexity coming from? A strong solution lookup
Alright,
table for
hold
the
on,
game
I'm just gonna make a new
has
text
90
element.
bytes of data, and yet the rules of the game can be defined in a single sentence of plain English. This video is
Oh, okay. You are finding the Maxor videos to get in here.
It's about how
You're
systems
crazy.
complexity can't be expressed in simpler terms. Just knowing the rules doesn't mean you can win without somehow relying heavily on computation, raw memorization, or something. You can't just intuitively realize that the candlestick's opening is a naturally arising strategy.
You can't. You just can't.
Similarly, just knowing the laws of particle interactions doesn't mean you can predict the weather. And it doesn't tell you that there's such a thing as a cloud. But that doesn't stop us from discussing candlesticks openings or clouds. Maybe we can't concisely explain them from first principles, but that doesn't make them any less real. Clouds are best described not in the language of particle interactions, but in the language of cold fronts, dew points, and vapor pressure.
How this is how? What does this have to do with Connect 4?
Thin air.
What is going on?
Any rules of physics or chemistry. Read all the physics textbooks you want. In none of them will you find the rule that cirrocumulus clouds cannot have species volutus. There is no such rule, and yet we live in a world of intricate species of clouds with a whole subfield of meteorology concerned with their nomenclature and taxonomy. Connect 4 shows us a glimpse of that same emergent substance. It shows us that complexity and mystery aren't unique to those laws of physics which gave us stars and galaxies, benzene rings and toothpaste, but are a mathematical inevitability, more fundamental than physics, more real than...
God damn, y'all are queuing up the whole night.
Equivalent magic arises from even the most
This
humble
is-
systems of iterated rules.
This is gonna be a hell of a thing to sleep to.
Complex enough to invoke that same spark of
Okay.
recurrent fertility in full force, but simple enough that with modern
The link
I can show you
is gonna be at the bottom of
Here is its shape.
the
This
mobile
is
stream,
Connect 4.
and you will need to be reset here.
This has been 2Swap,
There we go.
with music by 6884. I claim to have
Music
made
by
it
6884.
human memorizable. So let's put
Alright.
that to the test.
There
I
we
made
go.
a flashcard deck using the spaced repetition memorization,
And then
which I will
edit
attempt.
stream info.
If you want to try too, you can download the deck in the description. I've also included a website where you can play against the weak solution and
Asteroids.
explore the tree as you
So,
traverse it.
You'll see behind me. I should have been seeing it for a little while now. Some kind of asteroids game going on in the background. This is a super cool project made by
I think that
the
best
guy
way to
who
learn the game
runs
is to
the
play on
Tearzu
the
channel.
and in between
um,
rounds, review the
and
variations you played in the tree
they,
to see what a
uh,
better response could have been.
They made a completely
And
like
that's where our
24/7.
Opera browser
Oh, we get the ads too.
Opera's split
Hell
screen
yeah.
browsing feature. Easily replay your games
It
in
is not a
long-term
game.
runs
It
and
is
matches.
explicitly a second monitor content
You can see that I
like
played this
generator
variation of this
that just has
before,
bots
and it's
play an
exactly the
asteroid-like
solution
game,
path.
battle royale.
Wanna read waiting for an opponent?
And I just thought that'd be super cool, just as something in the visuals, to play between media queue stuff. But it looks like we might just have a completely stocked up media queue for the whole night at this rate. So we'll see. And then, yeah, that I think that should cover everything. I will try here.
I guess you could
to
like, use
keep-
these features for organizing your research or travel
Can
plans
I
or something. But who
increase
am I
the
kidding?
font
This
on
is
the text
practically
chat?
for Connect 4 study.
Let's see.
Opera is top-notch for productivity.
There's no way to
especially
increase
with
the
its
chat.
sidebar
It's
that
there.
lets Google services like Gmail and Google Calendar just one
I
click
can-
away. I can quickly check
zoom
my
in
schedule and my email without ever having
on
to leave
here.
the page I'm working on. It also makes the YouTube
We'll see if I can
experience
see
more
this back there.
enjoyable.
But
It has a little pop-out
that should be
menu.
it.
You can drag the
Execute
video
the Artemis
inside
2
of the
mission
browser
stream. You can't
and
queue
then select
streams.
your
I
favorite
did try that when I was testing. It doesn't allow it.
To try out Opera
And
for yourself,
I
click the link in
think
the
that is for the
description to download it
best.
for free.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, that should be everything though. So I will see y'all in the morning. I'm gonna turn this off because I don't think you're gonna need that here. And this is great. Brilliant music. Thank you so much. I'll fill my water bottle, then I'll get on the couch. And see y'all tomorrow. You away? This queue is so massive. What? What is the information? Oh. Well, good night, y'all. I don't think I'm gonna need it though. It's pretty warm in here. Oh, trust me, I couldn't see the end of the queue. I could not see it. They'll get up so much stuff. Oh my goodness. Okay, Google, turn off all the lights.
Love Hilapodrix on all of the country, and the population had grown quite a bit since the last time that a crop had failed. Different people from Ireland, how to say it, and they all gave me something slightly different. So let's just stick with St. Patrick's Day. The day Hilapodrix Honadiv. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That first one was maybe in Irish. I asked 6 different people from Ireland how to say it, and they all gave me something slightly different. So let's just stick with St. Patrick's Day, the day when we of Irish descent and those of non-Irish descent come together clad in green and drink a pint of Guinness. So in honor of that patron saint of Ireland, who was not Irish, I'm going to show you how to make a nice bowl of Stuvach Gaela. or Irish stew, using a recipe from 1900. We'll also take a look at one of the most important, if heartbreaking, episodes in Irish history, the Great Potato Famine. So thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video as we celebrate St. Paddy's Day. So I actually had a lot of trouble finding an historic recipe for something Irish from Ireland. Most of the recipes that I could find from the 18th or 19th century that had Irish dishes were actually from England, written by English authors. And I don't know why that is, but I can venture a guess based on how the English treated the Irish, especially in the 18th and 19th century. But a viewer named Jackie Murphy did send me an Irish cookbook from the year 1900, not only from Ireland, but written in Irish. So that is what we'll be cooking from today. Stova Gaela, Irish stew. Ingredients: 1/2 pound lean mutton, 1/4 pound bacon, 2 onions, 12 potatoes, 1/2 pint water, salt and pepper. Method: cut the meat into neat pieces. Clean, peel and wash the potatoes. Peel and cut the onions. Put a layer of potatoes in the pot, a layer of meat on top of that, onions, salt and pepper, and so on until the pot is full. Have a layer of potatoes on top. Pour in the water and turn on the fire. Let it boil, pull it to the side, and let it simmer an hour and a half. Take it up. Put the meat in the middle, the potatoes around it, and the grease down on it. I have to say, as someone who's used to reading medieval or ancient recipes, this one sure is a breath of fresh air. It's just so easy to follow. Just like those from our sponsor today, HelloFresh. After a long day of writing or filming, HelloFresh makes making a meal quite easy. Not having to go to the grocery store makes Max very happy. HelloFresh delivers meals right to your door with all of the ingredients already measured out for you, so nothing goes to waste. And the recipes are easy to follow and they are quick, which I really appreciate. Most take no more than 30 minutes to prepare. The other night we made the pork sausage rigatoni in a creamy sauce and loved it. Quality sausage and fresh vegetables with a light creamy sauce that had just enough spice. And next time I wouldn't mind getting one of their optional sides of garlic bread, which I hear is a bestseller. So just go to HelloFresh.com and use code TASTINGHISTORY12 to get 12 free meals, including free shipping. Another great thing about HelloFresh is that if you want more protein, you can order some. They're very flexible. Something that you might also want to do with today's stew, because you'll notice by the ingredient amounts that the amount of meat to potatoes is, well, not a lot of meat. Meat was expensive then, so yeah. But going with the recipe, what you'll need is a 1/2 pound or 225 grams of mutton or lamb, a 1/4 pound or 113 grams of bacon. So this is Irish bacon or back bacon, and if you can find that, that's what you want to use. But in the US it is hard to find, so go ahead and use Canadian ham or Canadian bacon. That's going to be the closest thing. Just don't use American bacon because it's very, very different. 2 onions, chopped. 12 potatoes, washed, peeled, and chopped. So what size is a potato? What size were potatoes in 1900? I'm not entirely sure. I went with fairly small ones, but you can get smaller. Don't use big baking potatoes, or if you do, then obviously don't use 12 of those. Probably 3 would be fine. 10 ounces or 295 milliliters of water, and you're going to have to be flexible on that because, one, it might boil away and you don't want that. Also, depending on the size of your vegetables, it's going to vary, so just work with me. And some salt and pepper. So usually I would sear the meat before putting it into the pot, but this recipe is actually pretty specific in how it wants it like layered, so I ain't searing, and neither is he. I used to think his name was Ciarán Hinds, but it's actually pronounced Kieran or Ciarán Hinds, my favorite Irish actor. So put a layer of your potatoes on the bottom of a large stew pot, and then top that with a layer of the mutton or lamb, and then the bacon, then the onion, and add the salt and pepper, and finally another layer of the potato.
Potatoes.
Then pour in your water and set it over high heat. Once it's boiling, turn down the heat and let it simmer for 90 minutes. Also, my favorite thing about this dish was the sound of the simmering. If there is a sound that was like a warm hug, that is it. Also, notice that there is not a lot of water for this stew in comparison with a modern stew. A lot of older stew recipes have very, very little broth, but you still don't want it to boil completely away or it will burn, so do add a little bit more if you need, but it's not like a soup. So we are making this Irish stew in honor of St. Patrick's Day, one of my favorite holidays, partly because I am obsessed with traditional Irish music. And until recently, and even now, the holiday is much bigger here in the United States than in Ireland itself. And that's partly because we here in the US have 7 times more people of Irish descent than Ireland has. And the reason that my ancestors, and oh so many of our ancestors, came over from Ireland is none too pleasant, but it is a very important chapter in food history. So just as the 12 potatoes in our stew might suggest, the Irish have always had a love of spuds. Actually, that's not quite true, because it wasn't until 1589 that Sir Walter Raleigh introduced the potato to Ireland. And even then, it actually took quite some time for it to really take off, but once it did, boy howdy, it really became the staple crop of many of the poorer soiled areas of Hibernia, or Ireland. Unfortunately, it grew so well that it actually became the sole crop for much of the population, especially the poorer population, and that's something called monoculture, and even in the 1840s, they knew that that could be a dangerous thing. It would be impossible adequately to describe the privations which the Irish laborer and his family habitually and silently endure. In many districts, their only food is the potato, their only beverage, water. All well and good if you like potatoes and water, and if your potatoes don't have blight. Now that quote was from the Earl of Devon in February of 1845, and the previous year Irish newspapers had talked about crops failing in the eastern United States due to a potato blight, which is kind of like a fungus but isn't. But it was all the way across the Atlantic Ocean, and even if it did come to Ireland, that was okay because the Irish had dealt with parts of their potato crop failing before. But then in 1845, just months after the Earl of Devon's report on the state of Irish families, the blight did come to Ireland, and it was very different than it had been before, because instead of just hitting certain parts of the country, it hit all of the country. And the population had grown quite a bit since the last time that a crop had failed. Up to 8 million people now lived in Ireland. Now, much of Northern Europe was dealing with this same blight, so when news from Ireland came to Sir Robert Peel, the Prime Minister in London, he admitted that the reports were very alarming, but also that there was always a tendency to exaggeration in Irish news. Spoiler alert, they were not exaggerating. One William Trench, a land agent in County Cork, wrote, "The leaves of the potatoes on many fields I passed were quite withered, and a strange stench, such as I had never smelt before, but which became a well-known feature for years after, filled the atmosphere adjoining each field of potatoes. The crop of all crops, on which they depended for food, had suddenly melted away." By the end of 1845, half of the potato crop had been lost to blight, and in 1846, 3/4 were lost, making it hard to plant future potatoes for the next year. Now, to be fair to Prime Minister Peel, he did try to take some action. He secretly bought 100,000 pounds of American corn, or maize, from the US. And it had to be secret because the British corn laws forbade the import of low-cost grain. And he did finally get those laws repealed, but he had to go against his party to do so, and we will get back to that in a bit. Now, unfortunately, the mills in Ireland were not properly equipped to grind maize in the right way, nor were the Irish people properly equipped to digest it. It made many ill, and it became known as Peel's brimstone. And I kind of wonder if the process of nixtamalization had not gone over to Ireland with the corn. And if you don't nixtamalize corn, it's very, very hard to digest it properly, or at least get most of the nutrients from it. And I really go into depth on that in the quesadilla and the tamale episode, so if you want to watch those, I'll put a link in the description. But well digested or not, at least something was getting through to Ireland for them to eat. Unfortunately, that wasn't going to last very long, because as I mentioned, Peel had to go against his party, and in doing so, he peeled the party apart. And this new split party made way for a new Prime Minister, the Whig Party's Lord John Russell. Now, it is not fair in a 15-minute video, or however long this video ends up being, to pass judgment on John Russell's entire career. He was a very complicated man, as were British politics at the time. But when it comes to Ireland, he gets an F. See, Russell put a man named Charles Trevelyan in charge of the government relief program, but unfortunately Trevelyan didn't believe in government relief, and he would say things like, "The judgment of God sent the calamity to teach the Irish a lesson. That calamity must not be too much mitigated." The real evil with which we have to contend is not the physical evil of the famine, but the moral evil of the selfish, perverse, and turbulent character of the people. Shockingly, he was not a popular man in Ireland. The best thing that he did was send people to workhouses, and even then, the workhouses were overcrowded and couldn't take everyone, and the conditions were so abhorrent that, in the words of Charles Dickens,
"Many can't go there, and many would rather die."
And if A Christmas Carol hadn't been published 3 years earlier, I would really think that Ebenezer Scrooge was based on Charles Trevelyan. But he wasn't alone in his disdain for the Irish. Much of the English population blamed the Irish for their plight because they were dependent on one crop. The ones who often blamed them the most were the landlords, and the landlords were mostly English, living in England, and had never or very rarely went to Ireland. One bailiff at an eviction in 1846 was quoted as saying, "What the devil do we care about you or your black potatoes? It was not us that made them black. You will get 2 days to pay the rent, and if you don't, you know the consequences." So like I said, one reason that people often blamed the Irish was because they were dependent on one crop. "You fools," they said. But in actuality, the Irish were growing lots of different crops. Unfortunately, much of that was going to feed cattle, which most of the Irish population could not afford. They couldn't afford beef. And that grain that wasn't going to feed cattle wasn't usually staying in Ireland. The circumstances which appeared most aggravating was that the people were starving in the midst of plenty, and that every tide carried from the Irish ports corn sufficient for the maintenance of thousands of the Irish people. Now, records show that that food being exported was still not enough to cover the entirety of the potato crop that was lost, but even so, one cow gone is one cow too many. So clearly the government was not much help, nor were the landlords, and so the Irish came to depend on the kindness of strangers. There are records of donations being sent in by the Tsar of Russia, the city of Calcutta, the Pope, the young Congressman Abraham Lincoln, and the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. Now this might be a legend, but it's said that the Sultan offered to donate 10,000 pounds, and he was actually convinced to lower that to 1,000 pounds so as not to outshine the 2,000 pound donation that Queen Victoria made. It's kind of like too horrible not to be true. One of the most famous donations came in 1847 and was for $170, and it came from the Choctaw Nation, who only 16 years before had been moved from Mississippi to Oklahoma on the infamous Trail of Tears. It came from a people who very recently had experienced extreme starvation, and even then were still very, very poor. And in 2017, there was a monument in County Cork that was erected called Kindred Spirits, dedicated to the relationship between the Choctaw and the Irish. And I really wish that I had been able to see it last time that I was there a couple years ago, but I didn't, so reason to go back. Perhaps the most impactful relief, though, came from the Society of Friends, or the Quakers, who donated tons of food, literally tons of food, and orchestrated it so that the railroads carried, free of charge, all packages marked Ireland. They also started soup kitchens, which, even though the soup kitchens were always overwhelmed, was one of the best things that did happen during the famine. And their soup kitchens came with no strings attached. If you came and you wanted food, you got food as long as there was food left to give. That couldn't be said about all of the soup kitchens, though. Protestant Bible societies set up soup kitchens around the country that would only serve the Irish Catholics if they converted, and those that, were desperate enough, they were starving, so that they did convert, ended up being called soupers by their fellow Irish people. And it was a stigma that lasted for generations. All the way up until the 1920s, there are records of people being called soupers as a derogatory name, basically synonymous with traitor. The other alternative that most people had if they were starving was to leave Ireland altogether. Now, there had been a great deal of immigration to America from Ireland for centuries at that point, but it was the Great Famine that really kicked it into high gear. And many of those same English landlords who were evicting many of their tenants were offering to pay the passage for tenants that hadn't been evicted, because there was a tax to help pay for the famine and the relief. There was a tax on those landlords, and it was based on how many tenants they had, and so they found it easier to send them off to America rather than pay that tax. So between 1845 and 1851, there were over 1 million deaths and a great deal of emigration, so that the population fell from 8 million to 6.5 million and down to 4.5 million by the end of the century. And it was actually this depopulation more than anything else that finally ended the Great Famine. And the Irish census of 1851 callously starts, "We feel it will be gratifying to your excellency to find that the population has been diminished in so remarkable a manner by famine, disease, and emigration. The results of the Irish census of 1851 are, on the whole, satisfactory, demonstrating as they do the general advancement of the country." And Trevelyan, that Thanos-like head of the government relief effort, said that the famine had been a direct stroke of an all-wise and all-merciful providence, the sharp but effectual remedy by which the cure is likely to be effected. I hate that guy. Anyway, that is your history of the Great Irish Potato Famine. So, while you're drinking your pints of Guinness and painting shamrocks on your face, or whatever else you do for St. Paddy's Day, do spare a thought for the reason why so many of our ancestors left their homes in the first place. Definitely a downer. What is not a downer is a wonderful bowl of Irish stew. So once your stew is cooked for about 1.5 hours, it should be all ready to dish up. Now the recipe says that you're supposed to put the meat in the middle and then the potatoes around that, and then put some sauce or whatever juice is left over that. But seeing as it's in layers, I don't really get how you're going to do that, because the potatoes would need to be first. And so if you mix it all up, then that's not going to work unless you're picking out meat and potato. I just put mine in a bowl. And here we are, stova gaela, or Irish stew. It looks so much simpler than what you'd find in an Irish pub or whatever, because usually they put a lot of other vegetables, and there's, like I said, a lot more juice and stuff, but it smells divine. Let's give it a shot. This is an evening sitting by the fire, wrapped in a blanket with the cats and those that you love in a bowl. This is the happiest meal that I have had in a long time, and I wish now that I had made twice as much, because I'm going to be eating this all week. It's wonderful. It's cooked all the way through. The meat is not dried out. We didn't sear it, but it's wonderful. It's plenty moist. There's tons of flavor. The onion really, I used sweet or yellow onion, so it really added a lot of that flavor, and then I did use a good amount of pepper. It's divine. I love this. This is a wonderful meal. And I bet it's going to taste even better the second day, because that's what stews like this do. Now, for those who are still watching, there's a little poem about Irish stew from 1828 that I want to share with you. It's long, so I'm going to just share a couple stanzas, but it's just adorable. If you'd ask a young lover to dine, and have him prove kind unto you, to make love come out of his beautiful mouth, you should stuff it with Irish stew. Then hurrah for an Irish stew that will stick to your belly like glue. It's seasoned so fine and its flavors divine. Oh, good luck to an Irish stew. So go to HelloFresh.com and use code TastingHistory12 to get 12 free meals, including free shipping, and I will see you next time on Tasting History. Just lovely.
Sometimes, people on the internet say things that aren't true. I'm one of those people. Prepare to be misinformed. Over 50% of all college students are failing at least one class, typically having an F in something called gender. The reason it's considered bad luck to walk under a ladder is because if you do that, you're 85% more likely to hit your head on the underside of a ladder. On a map, if you placed Canada over Russia, due to gravity, a large amount of people would die. A hit and run is when a homicide occurs on a baseball field. During the Great Cotton Candy Shortage of 1915, there was a sharp uptick in hospitalizations of people who ate insulation foam, claiming it was, quote, worth a shot. Car accidents are the second leading cause of death in America, overshadowed only by car intentionals. Scientists have been searching for years to find a color between yellow and blue, but have yet to succeed. The most common hypothesis for what this color would be is known as green. The quote, "I think, therefore I am," was coined by Markiplier. According to all known archaeological evidence, the fruit that Eve ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil was a lemon, and the first sin she ever became aware of was how bad lemons tasted. This type of file is actually pronounced MP4. Strawberries were invented as part of a guerrilla marketing campaign for the then upcoming animated TV series Strawberry Shortcake. The tragic disappearance of Atlantis in the early 20th century was not due to an underwater landslide, as many scientists will now claim. Rather, it was a cover-up by the NOAA to hide the fact that they forgot where it was.
At the height of its civilization, the sun never set on the Roman Empire. This is because Sol, the Roman god of the sun, lived on Mount Olympus at the time, and the light was bright enough to reach Rome during the whole day. When the Roman Empire fell, Sol mysteriously disappeared, casting most of Europe into 900 consecutive years of darkness, which became known as the Dark Ages.
Ma'am is not a contraction of the word madam. It's a contraction of the historically obsolete ma'am. Despite their name, dragonflies aren't actually flies, but rather a very small species of hummingbird. Anti-disestablishmentarianism is a fungal disease affecting the earlobes. This is what's known as having the tism.
If you enter a crowded airport and scream, "I have a bomb," nothing happens.
Typically, the human body cannot survive extremely low temperature, preferring to stay around 310 Kelvin. But at a certain temperature, if you go low enough, the body loops back around and is able to survive again. It's been theorized that at absolute zero, people become okay again. The movie Schindler's List was historically inaccurate because in 1945, Liam Neeson hadn't even been born yet. Pirates had eye patches and peg legs because they considered it blasphemous to have two of the same body part. This was part of their unique religion, veneration of the mythical One Piece. The Roomba is the only North American subspecies of rodent that is commonly allowed in households. On Windows computers, if an app is not responding, simply scream its name 3 times in a row. This will wake it up and cause it to refresh.
The secret trick to winning every debate is a special tool called a gun. Bringing this tool to a debate makes your opponent automatically admit that you won.
The name of the car company Ford comes from a misspelling of the number 4. This is because that's how many letters are in the name Ford. The reason Christians are opposed to gambling is because the word anti, used in many betting games, is short for Antichrist. My social security number is 24.
If you type this string into most US job application portals, you'll be immediately promoted to President of the United States. This is a holdover from the early days of computers, and it's actually how Jimmy Carter became president. Everyone was too embarrassed to admit the mistake, so they covered it up with an election.
Boxing Day is a holiday celebrated the day after Christmas, where you're allowed to invite anyone who gave you a bad Christmas present to a boxing duel and punch them into submission until they promise to never do it again. The reason the black keys on a piano are notated with symbols called sharps in sheet music is because originally, in place of black keys, pianos simply had large gaping holes full of sharp metallic parts that people kept cutting their hands on anytime they tried to press them. The word Q is pronounced with 0 letters. The country Madagascar got its name when a Venetian sailor visited and said that it reminded him of the movie Madagascar. The Tinder swipe left, swipe right system originates in ancient Mesopotamia, where women during courtship for marriage would place their man in front of a fire. If they liked him, they would push him to the right, away from the fire, to safety. But if they did not like him, they would push him to the left, where he would burn to death. The true purpose of the Great Wall of China was never defensive. It was built to be the world's longest mini-golf hole, but the Ming Emperor canceled the project because he kept getting bogeys. Only you have inner thoughts. Everyone else is lying. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. This is a haiku. Can I write one properly? Sorry, I can't. 1 pound of feathers is lighter than 1 pound of steel. This discrepancy is what allows birds to fly. Your screen is upside down. Cadbury's delicious robin eggs were actually one of 2 types of chocolate eggs created by Cadbury for the Easter season. The first type, Batman eggs, were too large to eat and quickly fell out of fashion. What most people don't realize about the famous escape scene from The Shawshank Redemption is that the warden's reaction to Andy's escape was genuine, as the director had kidnapped all of the prisoner actors and kept them locked on set for months to make their acting more believable. Tim Robbins was able to dig a hole through his cell wall using nothing but his lapel mic, but was unfortunately immediately hit and killed by a car because the driver thought he was a real prison escapee and Californians hate the poor. This is why the movie abruptly ends after that scene and why Tim Robbins was never in another good movie. Bluetooth is actually the second name given to the wireless audio technology it's commonly associated with. The first was Peripheral Entity Network Intercommunication System, which was abandoned for unknown reasons. Aging is the body's natural reaction to the deadly chemical oxygen. Cancer was cured almost a decade ago by Joe Bartolozzi. The reason this cure hasn't been widespread is because it requires a kiss on the forehead directly from Joe, and he's a very busy guy. If you like this video and subscribe to IRDM, you won't get $1 million. After the success of the Nintendo Switch, Nintendo tried to follow up the release with a smaller, lightweight version called the Nintendo Light Switch. However, this release was panned by critics and quickly swept under the rug because their factory in China misread the instructions and made actual light switches. I often get mistaken for Air Bud. There was a man living under my house named Flumbert. Autism causes Tylenol. If you're ever bitten by a moray eel, immediately place a blue-ringed octopus on the wound so you have a more interesting problem. The colon-3 emoticon originated in the 1920s as an anti-furry dog whistle, representing how the speaker wished to tear out the colons of 3 furries. It was reclaimed in the 2010s and retroactively determined to represent a cat face.
The 50 stars of the US flag represent the 50 letters of the alphabet.
One of the best songs for keeping tempo during CPR is Nikolai Korsakov's Flight of the Bumblebee. The word dogs became a slang term for feet because of this famous medieval painting, which drew strong cultural associations between the two topics.
A 2007 study has shown that the most effective way of resolving a disagreement is by discrediting your opponent so badly that no one will value their opinion ever again. This was disproven by later studies, but the authors of those studies were exposed for academic dishonesty, plagiarism, tax fraud, money laundering, and kicking puppies every day, so they were probably wrong.
The philosophical quote, "I hate my stupid baka life," has been misattributed to Winston Churchill, but was originally said by Napoleon Bonaparte. Scientists have recently discovered that socks don't actually disappear in the wash. If you wash them enough times, they gain enough EXP that they rank up to another piece of clothing. This is why mysterious graphic tees with inappropriate slogans on them keep appearing in your son's closet. An unassuming but incredibly useful item in survival situations is the flashlight, as it can be eaten when you're low on rations. For many years, it was illegal to microwave metal objects like forks, knives, and pistols. But in 2025, America passed the Microwave Act, which undid these restrictions and allowed Americans the freedom they deserve. I forgive you. The reason the company Google was given its iconic name is because that's the first word its founder ever said when he was born. They tried to name one of their subsidiaries Gaga after his second word, but the copyright was denied by the singer. Nike's famous slogan is derived from the last words of convicted murderer Gary Gilmore, transforming a morbid phrase into a visceral call to action, fitness, and personal responsibility. Those last words were, "Ah! I'm being electrocuted!" IRDM's username is a reference to the physics equation for the moment of inertia of a solid cylinder. I equals integral of r squared dm. This is because I can be approximated as a cylinder.
The Icelandic language is so old and has changed so little that it still has words for as yet undiscovered species of dinosaur, such as the Jarskjálfti, which is believed to have had 3 heads.
This is a simplified version of the American flag made for enhanced readability in emojis and other smaller art forms. The singular star is meant to represent America's most important state, South Dakota. You will die on or after December 31st, 2029 at 5:15 a.m. EST. The slow disappearance of the ice caps is not due to global warming, but rather because people keep taking too many ice cubes from it to put in drinks. This is why Europe has banned ice in drinks since 2020. The bird that's currently interrupting my recording is going to live a long and peaceful life and will not end up as fried chicken tonight. Despite its spelling, the former country Czechoslovakia is actually pronounced chicken. This is coincidentally what Czechoslovakians taste like. The direction right is named that way because historically it was considered the correct or right dominant hand to use, while left comes from the fact that people who were left-handed were required by law to be exiled, and they left the country. The Greek alphabet was originally created as fan fiction of the Latin alphabet. Everyone at some point was very briefly the oldest person on Earth. Contrary to popular belief, gender was not exclusively created to sell more bathrooms. It was a joint venture between bathroom companies and explosive manufacturers to sell more gender reveal parties.
The moon is much more important to humans than the sun, because the moon provides us light during the night when things are dark, and the sun only provides us light during the day when things are already bright.
This video is a re-upload, as in the first version I made several factual errors that I've now corrected. I promise to be much more deliberate about my fact-checking in the future installments of this series. Kevin Bacon's name is actually just a nickname given to him because of his love of pork. His real name is Abdullah al-Hassan ibn Ahmad ibn Muhammad al-Zayati. Pablo Picasso's full name was Pab. The first name John was invented by John John, who tried to have names twice at the same time. There is a perfectly safe and stable landing mat in front of me, and I will not hurt myself if I jump off this ledge.
I like bananas, I think the mangoes are sweet. I like papayas, papayas, nothing can beat that sweet love of God.
Irish soda bread is one of the easiest breads you can make because instead of using yeast, you use baking soda, hence the name. But soda bread is older than baking. Irish soda bread is one of the easiest breads you can make because instead of using yeast, you use baking soda, hence the name. But soda bread is older than baking soda, like this loaf using an Irish recipe from 1836. So thank you to Babbel for sponsoring this video as we learn the history of Irish soda bread before and after baking soda, this time on Tasting History. So in the early 19th century, the bakers of Ireland had several ways to leaven their bread. There were the old standbys of sourdough or ale barm, which is a byproduct of brewing ale, as well as less popular yet still effective ingredients like sowens, which is made from fermented oats, and even potato juice that was left out to turn sour. But all of these, while different, were still yeast-based leaveners. But soda bread did not require yeast, which takes quite some time to rise, but rather relied on carbon dioxide that was a byproduct of mixing certain bases and acids. Now for the last 175 years or so, that meant sodium bicarbonate, or baking soda. And that's usually mixed with buttermilk or some other acidic liquid. But before sodium bicarbonate, they had sodium carbonate, which, while similar, is different and frankly not quite as effective, but that is what is called for in this recipe from the Enniskillen Chronicle and Erin Packet in September of 1836. And I just love the eloquence of the author. Dear Sir, aware of your readiness and desire to give publicity to anything calculated to ameliorate the condition of our dense population, I am induced to send you an approved recipe for making soda bread, a substance which I hope to see ere long and in general use in this and every other part of the North. For certainly there is no bread to be had equal to it for invigorating the body, promoting digestion, strengthening the stomach, and improving the state of the bowels. Quite a resume for a simple loaf of bread. He then goes on to say that if any wish to make the experiment, let them put 1.5 pounds of good wheaten meal into a large bowl, mix with it 2 teaspoons of finely powdered salt, and then take a large spoonful of supercarbonate of soda, dissolve it in half a teacup of cold water, and add it to the meal. Rub up all intimately together, then pour into the bowl as much very sour buttermilk as will make the whole into soft dough. And I just need to comment on the fact that I never thought I'd come across a recipe that uses the phrase, rub up all intimately together. But here we are. He then goes on to say that the loaf should be baked in a Dutch oven, a cast iron Dutch oven, and it would have heat coming from the bottom as well as coals put on top so that heat is coming from all around. But since I endeavor to make things in my kitchen here at home, there are going to be no hot coals going on top of my Dutch oven. But I did recently get to see that method of cooking done in Morocco. They were making something called tabadirt or medfuna, and that is basically how it was made. And I recently did a video on that, so if you haven't seen it, definitely go check it out. It's really cool to see that kind of traditional way of baking bread. Also, it was cool because when I was in Morocco, I got to practice my French that I had been brushing up on using today's sponsor, Babbel. Babbel is one of the top language learning apps in the world, and it can help you start learning a language in as little as 3 weeks. And since their lessons help you prepare for real-world conversations, it's extremely helpful if you're planning on doing any traveling. Like in Morocco, most everything is written in Arabic and in French, especially in the restaurants and in the big cities. And since I already knew some French, I was able to just brush up on my French in the months before I was traveling. That way I could not only know what the menu said, but I could actually order in French. And perhaps most importantly, I was able to say, "L'addition, s'il vous plaît," because one thing about dining in Morocco, they do not rush you through your meal, and you're not getting your check until you ask for it. And whether you're planning on doing any traveling or not, learning a new language is just good for your brain. It's always good to be learning something, and there's nothing better than learning a new language to keep you sharp. So, you can start learning a new language today with Babbel and get 60% off of your subscription plus a 20-day money-back guarantee. Just click the link in the description or scan this QR code to get 60% off of your subscription today. Now, for this Irish soda bread, what you'll need is 1.5 pounds or 680 grams of flour. And the flour they would have been using was called soft flour, which is a whole wheat flour, but with a very coarse and uneven grind. And you can find it today. Usually it's called Irish-style flour. I think King Arthur Flour has one. And I got mine from Odlum's, which is an Irish company. I'll put the link in the description, but it's kind of ridiculously expensive for a bit of flour. So if you just want to use whole wheat flour, that works fine. 2 teaspoons of salt, 3 ounces or 88 milliliters of cold water, 2 cups or 475 milliliters of buttermilk, and 2 teaspoons supercarbonate of soda. But what is supercarbonate of soda? Well, according to the Gentleman's Magazine of 1817, that is what the Scots and the Irish called sodium carbonate. And there is food-grade sodium carbonate that is still used today for several different things, mainly ramen noodles, but I couldn't find any, so you can also buy sodium carbonate that is just like a cleaner, and I'm guessing it's food grade, but I don't know, so instead I made my own sodium carbonate using what she blinded me with. Science! See, baking soda, not baking powder, but baking soda, which is very easy to get, is sodium bicarbonate. And to turn that into sodium carbonate, all you have to do is spread some onto a baking sheet lined with parchment paper, and then place it in the oven at 450 degrees Fahrenheit for 1 hour. This causes a decomposition reaction, which lets carbon dioxide and water vapor go off into the air and leaves you just with sodium carbonate. It's all very Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Science rules.
Now, do you have to do this? No. Frankly, sodium bicarbonate, which has been used for over 150 years, is going to be a lot more effective. That's one reason why they changed. Also, it is less caustic. The sodium carbonate, it's not as caustic as lye, but I still wouldn't mess with it too much with your hands, and perhaps that's why the recipe says to dilute it into 3 ounces of water. Then you want to aerate your flour by lifting it up and letting it gently fall back down into the bowl. Do this for about a minute, and then stir in the salt and pour in the dissolved sodium carbonate. And this is where you proceed to rub up all intimately together. Oh, yeah. Once intimately rubbed, pour in the buttermilk and start working it into the dough. Now you may need a little bit more, you may need a little bit less. The recipe says that you're looking for a dough as soft as could possibly be handled, and the softer, the better. And an article from the 1849 Waterford Times says that it should be wetter than pie crust, too stiff to pour, but not stiff enough to roll. So that's what you're looking for. Also, the moment that buttermilk hits the sodium carbonate, the clock is ticking. They will start to react, so the sooner you can get it into the oven, the better. You're going to place the dough in the bottom of a cast iron pan or pot, then make a couple slices in the top and put the lid on and pop it in the oven at 425 degrees Fahrenheit, 220 Celsius for a half hour. Then you're going to remove the lid and let it bake for another 20 to 25 minutes. And while it bakes, I wanted to give you all an update that for anyone in the US who has pre-ordered the Tasting History Cookbook, that one right back there, you can now sign up to get a signed book plate with your order. And I'll put that link in the description as well as in the pinned comment, so if you want my autograph, if you want a signed copy of the book, just make sure you fill that out before April 17th. The book comes out on April 18th. Also, if you are international or want to buy from an independent bookstore and get a signed copy, I'll put links to some of those bookstores in the description as well. And now, with book stuff out of the way and the bread a-baking, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the history of Irish soda bread. For most of history, bread has either been yeast leavened, like most of the bread that we think of, or unleavened, like matzah or Indian roti. But for the past few centuries, there has been a third option, and that is chemically leavened breads or quick breads. Perhaps the first chemical leavener used in baking was ammonium bicarbonate, also known as hartshorn salt. In the 17th century, Northern European bakers began grinding deer antlers and dry distilling them into a powder which could be used as a leavener when heated. But it was a finicky ingredient because as it heated, it would give off ammonia gas, which stinks, so you're working with that, and if any of that gas gets caught up in the bread, that's going to make for some real nasty bread. Now another option, more common in North America, was pearl ash, or potash, which was potassium carbonate. And while it had been made and used for all sorts of reasons throughout the 18th century, on July 31st, 1790, a new process for producing it developed by Samuel Hopkins received the very first U.S. patent signed by George Washington. Patent number 1. And this pearl ash is used in several recipes from America's very first cookbook, aptly titled American Cookery by Amelia Simmons in 1796. She uses it in a recipe for cookies, for specifically Christmas cookies, and for 2 recipes for gingerbread. And even today, it's often used in Germany for their gingerbread, Lebkuchen. Now, around the same time that George Washington was signing that patent for pearl ash production, in France, a chemist named Nicolas Leblanc was developing a method to convert table salt, sodium chloride, into soda, specifically sodium carbonate, which is the one that is called for in today's recipe. And the potential uses for it were numerous and quite lucrative because rather than just baking bread, he was going to see it be used for making glass and producing soap. But his patron was the Duke of Orleans, who had his head chopped off by the French Revolution, and the French Revolutionary government seized Leblanc's work and all of his rights to it. He fought for 15 years to get the rights back, unsuccessfully, and he ended up taking his own life. It was very, very sad. But his process lived on, and in 1806, it started to be used in large manufacturers in both England and in France. And in 1817, the Gentleman's Magazine of London ran a story about a man who endeavored to use this sodium carbonate instead of yeast to leaven bread. And in this attempt, he flatters himself he has completely succeeded, at least to his own satisfaction. This object he has accomplished by using the flour of wheat, mealy potatoes, the common culinary salt, and water, carbonate of soda, and muriatic acid. Here too is where it tells us that in Scotland and Ireland, carbonate of soda is termed supercarbonate of soda. Now it's unclear whether or not it was this sodium carbonate that was used in the recipe for soda cakes from the cookbook The Virginia Housewife, but it's definitely what became the popular leavener at the time and replaced pearl ash or pot ash. But it didn't have long at the top because by the late 1830s, they were developing sodium bicarbonate, or baking soda. Now, it had been made in laboratories as early as 1801 when a German pharmacist, Valentin Rose, discovered it, but it didn't become popular in baking until 1846, when Dr. Austin Church teamed up with the manufacturer John Dwight to build a factory in upstate New York to mass produce the chemical under the name baking soda. And they chose to market it under the same trademark as Vulcan Spice Mills, which was a company owned by Church's son, the logo sporting the arm and hammer of the Roman god Vulcan. Now, while Arm & Hammer baking soda was becoming the popular thing to use, the people of Ireland were in more need of soda-leavened bread than ever, because from 1845 to 1852, the potato blight destroyed the majority of people's #1 food source, potatoes. And even in the midst of the Great Famine, the Dublin Quarterly Journal of Medicine remarked, due to the failure of the potato crop, a large quantity of bicarbonate of soda was employed by the poorer classes in the preparation of bread. And I did an entire video on the Irish potato famine, so if you haven't seen that, make sure to watch that one. Now, the Irish have always had leavened bread as part of their diet, but it wasn't a huge part because of the grain that they were using. The flour tended to be very coarse, and the yeast just couldn't really grab a hold of it, and you know, it was low in gluten, so it just didn't rise very much. But baking soda did work with this flour, and so even after the potato famine ended, soda bread stuck around. And there were 3 types: white, brown, and fly. The fly variety containing currants in rather exiguous quantities. The fly variety, sometimes called soda cake, currant cake, or spotted dog, was kept around for special occasions in Ireland, but in America, the Irish immigrants, that's kind of what their version of soda bread ended up becoming. The American soda bread also used American wheat, which allowed for more of a cake-like texture, and they started doing as Americans do and adding a lot more sugar into it as well. So today, if you went to Ireland and ordered soda bread, you'd likely get something rather different than if you ordered soda bread here in the United States. But in both cases, they would usually be accompanied with a nice big pat of salted butter, which seemed to be the case in 1836 as well. See, once you take the bread out of the oven and remove it from the pot, then this, when somewhat cooled and moderately buttered, is as wholesome food as ever entered man's stomach, and I hope that many may be induced to put my assertion to the test of experience. And here we are, Irish soda bread from 1836. So one thing that I noticed right away is it is so much darker than it was when it went in, and that's actually because of the sodium carbonate. Sodium carbonate helps along the Maillard process, which is what makes meat brown and other things brown. It kind of gives that flavor. And so it browns pretty much everything that it goes into. So that's interesting. It's also why it's still used today, often instead of lye, to make pretzels, because it gives it that nice brown color. Now the flour really held together, but it looks rougher. Like just even the top of the bread just looks rough. So I'm curious how it's going to taste. Let's go. Butter helps. I mean, it's good. I don't necessarily know that the flour changes the flavor all that much. It's not super flavorful, but soda breads rarely are. Bread often gets most of its flavor from the yeast, so, you know, not a lot of flavor. There's some, but I actually really like the texture, and I didn't think that I would. You get these pieces of really whole grains in it, and so it makes it a little bit more exciting, because it's not all that exciting of a bread in general, but yeah, it's perfect for St. Patrick's Day. So again, if you want a signed copy of the Tasting History Cookbook and have pre-ordered it, make sure to fill out the form in the description, and I will see you next time on Tasting History.
There are 26 letters in the English alphabet. They're pretty useful. We can put them together to represent the sounds that make up the words we speak, which is all well and good, but what if I told you it wasn't all well and good, but in the English alphabet? They're pretty useful. We can put them together to represent the sounds that make up the words we speak, which is all well and good, but what if I told you it wasn't always just like this? What if I told you there was more? Imagine you're a 7th century Latin-speaking Christian missionary. You think Jesus is pretty cool, so you go to England to tell all those gibberish-speaking pagans how cool Jesus is. Problem number 1. You speak Latin and they speak gibberish, and they're not about to start learning Latin anytime soon because most of them can't read. Problem number 2. Most of them can't read. Some of them can, and they have a perfectly adequate alphabet designed specifically around the phonology of Old English to do just that. But you know what's better than a perfectly adequate alphabet designed specifically around the phonology of Old English? That's right, Latin. So you start assigning Latin letters to these English sounds. You've got a, b, k. English has the sounds, Latin has the letters, and everything is going pretty well until the, w. What are these sounds? Latin doesn't have these sounds. Lucky for you, there's a perfectly adequate alphabet designed specifically around the phonology of Old English for you to steal these letters from. So they took this one, made it look more Latin-y, and that was the birth of the letter thorn. A letter just for Germanic languages. A simple, beautiful glyph representing the ever-so-English But what is that, you say? That isn't English. And you'd be right in a way, we don't use the letter anymore. We sadly stopped using thorn around 500 years ago. Why? Short answer, the French. Long answer, thorn started to evolve and look a lot more like the letter Y. This is how we get things like ye old pub, which is actually supposed to be the old pub. Also, the French can't pronounce their ths, and try as they might, all they could manage was t. So they just wrote it like that, because who cares about accurately representing sounds and writing words when you can just steal a digraph based on the outdated pronunciation of a Greek letter? But there was an even bigger problem: the printing press. As Thorn started to fall out of fashion, because of the French, English people started writing things down on printing presses. A lot of literate people still use Thorn when writing by hand, but were importing their printers and tile sets from mainland Europe, where no languages were using Thorn. So the typesetters just didn't have any Thorns to use. So of course they used letters like Y and TH to substitute for the missing letter. And eventually people just got used to it and forgot about our old friend Thorn. But it isn't over. It's 2018 and we have computers with Unicode, and everyone can type any character they want in any language they want without the need to order them from some Europeans. And what's this? Icelandic, a relatively important living language, still uses Thorn? Meaning every phone, computer and smart toaster can use it? Whenever they want? What are we still using this outdated Latin digraph for? Thorn is just as good, if not better. Thorn's been with us the whole time. Through thick and thin, highs and lows, Thorn stuck it out till its ungraceful end. But now we have the technology. Sure, it takes some getting used to, but look how happy Thorn looks at the end of the alphabet where it belongs. The 27th letter. An old friend. A loyal companion. It's time to bring back Thorn.
everybody knows the children's tale about that ugly duckling whose mama bailed, left him for dead in a cruel world all alone. But I bet you didn't know what that birdie did next, that he hopped a train and headed out west. Oh, everybody knows the children's tale about that ugly duckling whose mama bailed, left him for dead in a cruel world all alone. But I bet you didn't know what that birdie did next, that he hopped a train and headed out west, taught himself about living life on the road. Well, you can tell the folks in town, bird cowboys come round, wearing newt skin boots and a 22 teaspoon hat. He rolls in without warning and he's gone before the morning, riding on his trusty alley cat. Was a quiet night except for cricket song. The sun was low and the shadows long when he rolled into Rio Seco with a score to settle. Now he waddled on into the town saloon, the band piped down and the gamblers crooned. Isn't every day you see a ducky back in six-shooting medal. Birdie didn't mind no sideways talk and he ordered himself a worm on the rocks. Then he held up a poster of a fella named Billy Bing. The poster said, "Wanted, dead or alive," and he asked who'd seen Billy's rotten hide, but the air got stale and nobody said a thing. Then when he moseyed on out the bar, he met a white-winged dove underneath the stars. She said,
"Pleased to meet you, I'm Susie Brown. You want to know if you're gonna linger? Billy's got this place wrapped around his finger. If I were you, I'd go ahead and get on out of town."
Before he could form a polite reply, he heard rumbling of hooves and an awful cry, and in rode Big Bad Billy like the real McCoy. Billy hooted and hollered at what he saw. Birdie stood firm and fixing to draw when he heard Susie yelling,
"Look out behind, cowboy!"
He turned to find Billy's five-man gang all aiming him down with pieces in hand, but when they started shooting, that birdie just danced. Then he pulled his Colt out lightning fast, fanned the hammer in a single pass, and struck all five of them back-shooting crooks out flat. He spun to face the man from the poster, and before Billy's gun even cleared his holster, the last birdie bullet flew clean through the outlaw's heart. Then he waddled on up to Miss Susie Smitten. "If it weren't for you, I'd be shredded chicken."
"You want to make it even? Buy me a drink to start."
But before she could blink, he disappeared, left a letter that read, "Susie dear, I thank you much and I think you're awful kind. But the truth is, life's been cruel to me. Whatever love I find turns tragedy, and all I know is to leave and be left behind. So if you find yourself in an outlaw band or a bad man west of the Rio Grande, you ought to fear the day El Patito Feo flies by. 'Cause they say the early bird gets the worm, but this bird comes late and he brings the word, loaded in a 45 Colt about half his size. Well, you can tell the folks in town, bird cowboys come round, wearing newt skin boots and a 22 teaspoon hat. He rolls in without warning and he's gone before the morning, riding on his trusty alley cat.
So, once upon a time, there was years ago is when clothing was more expensive, our wardrobes were a lot smaller, and therefore we had to make our clothes called mani di fata. They were the go-to place to obtain linen of such fine quality. It was, I think, the closest to, so one historical quality linen. There was this amazing linen shop in Italy called Mani di Fata. They were the go-to place to obtain linen of such fine quality. It was, I think, the closest today that we could come to a historical quality linen. So imagine my distraughtness and dismay when I went to the Mani di Fata website and there was nothing. All the links that we'd saved in our archives led to a homeware site that did not sell linen. I did some research. I was like, does anyone know what's happening with this website? Where did it go? It had simply disappeared off the face of the earth. So I went a little bit insane and I decided that I was gonna find the next source of linen. We searched around, we made up a spreadsheet of all the linen suppliers that we could find, with the caveat that they had to ship to the UK. And we decided that we're gonna compare all of these linen swatches and we are going to find the one true linen to rule them all. I don't think we're gonna find one true. We're gonna find a couple of different options. So how big of a deal is this if your linen is historical quality or a modern weave? For most cases, modern linen is perfectly sufficient for costumes, for things that you're not gonna be washing and wearing a whole lot. However, if you are making a historical garment for the purposes of reenactment, something that's gonna receive a lot of wear, especially the undergarments, the shirts, the shifts, the smocks, that are sitting next to the skin, that are having a lot of wear against the body and are absorbing the skin layer, the dirt layer of the body. If this is something that you're gonna be wearing and washing and using a lot, you're gonna need a really durable, hard-wearing linen. Otherwise, if you make your shifts out of a modern linen, you're gonna end up with a fabric that does this after 2 to 3 years. This fabric is so thin, it is so worn, the yarns of the fabric are literally disintegrating because they are not tightly spun enough. We need to be looking for the quality of linens that were made, produced, and used 100+ years ago. Because 100+ years ago is when clothing was more expensive, our wardrobes were a lot smaller, and therefore we had to make our clothes last as long as possible. Prior to the Industrial Revolution, when things started to be more mass-produced, clothing, fabrics, construction, weaving, spinning was all done with durability in mind. This isn't going to be the one true declaration of the best linen, objectively, of all time, because there are uses for all sorts of linens, especially when you get into fashion purposes, to decorative purposes. There is going to be a difference in quality between the workwear class, highly durable garments versus the shifts and smocks and undergarments worn by a class of nobility, of royalty, or even into the middler classes. So there is a spectrum of quality of linen, even historically. But even within that spectrum, there's still going to be certain qualities of the yarn, certain densenesses and finenesses of weave that are going to set historical linens apart from modern linens.
So what do we mean when we say historical or good quality linen? Well, I have an original shift here. This is said by the seller to have been made in a convent by and for nuns to wear. So we're looking at 18th/early 19th century linen here. It's entirely hand sewn, so spun, woven, processed, made by hand. So as we can see, this is a prime example of really good historical quality linen. So the main points that we're going to be looking at is we're going to be looking at thickness/fineness of the yarns, that is the threads that are making up the weave of the fabric. And we're going to be looking at how dense the weave is, so how tightly packed these yarns are together. So the yarns are relatively even, which is great. The yarns are really fine. They're really small yarns here. And most importantly, they're really densely packed. As we can see, the linen isn't perfectly even because, again, these are spun by hand. Slubs are any really thick bits that haven't been spun to the same equal thinness as the rest of the length of yarn. A lot of modern fabrics tend to include slubs as decorative elements or texture in the fabric. That, historically, is an indication of really poor spinning quality because the slubs mean that there isn't as much twist in the yarn, and so therefore it is a weak point in the fabric. And so historically we are trying to avoid slubs wherever possible. That all being said, we'll keep our historical linen here for comparison, and now let's see what we've got.
We had to buy a lot of swatches and yardage for this video, so allow me to take a moment to thank our enabler, sponsor for this video, June's Journey, who are currently running an Agatha Christie themed experience that I think you guys might love. June's Journey is a thrilling hidden objects mystery game that not only tests your observation skills by allowing you to hunt for clues through dozens of gorgeously illustrated scenes, but it also has a storyline. So as you play through scenes and collect clues, the narrative of June's story unfolds. Except this time, she's teamed up with legendary detective Hercule Poirot. Hercule Poirot, for those of you Americans out there. Hercules, it's like Benedict Cumberbatch, but like Hercules Poirot, like everyone knows what you mean. To bring us new stories and cases based on Agatha Christie classics like Murder on the Orient Express and Death on the Nile, as well as exclusive in-game rewards and decorations. I've loved Agatha Christie novels for pretty much as long as I can remember, so this, to me, is like the crossover of a century. You can download June's Journey by clicking on the link down in the description box below or by scanning the QR code on screen. And now, I do believe I'm spying some linen swatches working their way into our post room.
So first up, we have the Renaissance linen by Ecclesiastical Sewing. This is a much finer linen than what is being used for the shift, but that's not a bad thing. This just would have been used for perhaps more upper class, refined shift. But I think the fineness of the yarns is really great. Not too many slubs. We've got a fairly dense weave. It could be denser, but this is a pretty good option. I'm gonna put this in highly passable. Next, we have the Ecclesiastical Sewing Opalescent linen. Once again, fineness of the yarn is really good, but it is a slightly looser weave. This probably wouldn't be the worst if you're trying to do like decorative headpieces or fichus or something that requires a very fine linen, but the denseness of the weave is going to mark this down just a little bit. Next, we have the Ecclesiastical Sewing Radiance linen. Immediately, we can see that the yarns here are really thick and the weave is really loose. There is quite a lot of space coming through each of these overlaps here. I'm gonna give this an absolutely not. Here we have got the Organic Textile Co. white linen. We're gonna see a lot of linens that look like this. We can see immediately we've got some really significant slubs that probably would have been frowned upon historically. We have got a slightly on the looser end weave, and not in a fine way because these yarns are quite thick. But again, it's not the worst linen we've seen, so I'm gonna put this in fine. We have the St. Martha's Guild church linen. I think there is a lot of tradition in the weaving styles and in the dress requirements of Christian ecclesiastical religious wear that requires them to sort of mimic the practices that existed historically. So we're gonna, I think, have a lot of luck with these. True to form, this is a really good quality linen. The yarns are really fine. I think they're actually even a little bit finer than the historical linen that we have here. The weave is pretty dense. It's slightly lighter weight, but that's fine. So I'm gonna put this in highly passable. Next, we have an Irish handkerchief weight linen from B&J. Handkerchief weight is too light for smocks and shirts. We're looking for hard wearing because these are garments that are gonna be washed and really heavily worn. However, the yarns are really finely spun. So this probably would be passable for something, again, like headwear or a fichu, but not for shifts and smocks. So I'm gonna put this in fine. The Belgium mid-weight linen from B&J, I'm gonna put this in absolutely not. An Imperial lightweight linen from B&J, it's not the worst linen. I'm gonna put this in fine. The Irish mid-weight linen from B&J, this is a beautiful linen. This is stunning. We've got really fine yarns here. We have got a little bit of slubbage that is, you know, slightly significant, but you know what? It's not the worst. We've got a nice dense weave here. This is a really fine, lightweight linen, so it is much finer than our historical example here. However, again, for like a nicer quality, perhaps more upper class shift, this is gonna be a pretty good option. So I'm gonna put this in highly passable. Next, we have the Zula linen from Whaley's. This is once again going to be a very fine linen, but in regards to use for historical quality, this is gonna be a pretty good option. The linen Harlow from Whaley's, this linen is going to be not quite so durable. I probably wouldn't use this for a historical shift. the Novelle linen, as we can see, really thick yarns here, really loose weave here. This is gonna be an absolutely not. We have the Red Edge linen from Whaley's. I am a frequent purchaser of the Red Edge, as are quite a lot of costume houses. The yarns are mid to fine weight, but the weave on this is really dense. They're really opaque, there's not too much noticeable slubbage. This is a really great linen if you're looking to make the sort of durable workwear quality that the historical example is providing here. I'm gonna put this in a highly passable. We have a traditional linen from Croft Mill. This is just not going to be the strongest linen, but it's not the worst linen. Anita Pavini linen 2. This is slubbier than the last one. It is slightly looser woven than the last one. I just don't think this one is going to be quite worth it. Also from Anita Pavini, we have the Doro Oyster. This does have a much denser weave. This linen sample actually really closely matches the historical example. It is slightly lighter weight. I'm gonna put this in a low, highly passable. The weave is still quite a bit looser than I would like, but it's not the worst option. Still from Anita Pavini, we have the Bio Linen 2. Yarns are on the finer side. Once again, it is a bit drapier than our comparison linen here, but the weave is on the denser side. Again, it's not as dense as I perhaps would like it to be, but it's not the worst option. I'm gonna also put this in a low, highly passable. Anita Pavini, this linen, it's actually a really decent linen. The yarns on this are a lot finer. The weave is, again, on the looser side, but not offensively loose. This, I think, again, would be for much finer shifts, but I think it's on the passable side. Baltic Flex, not the best. Also from Baltic Flex, I'm gonna put this in a light, absolutely not. Shirt/shift weight linen from Burnley and Trowbridge have got a decently dense weave, but it is still on the looser side. They're medium weight linen. This one is significantly less historical quality than the previous one. It is lower end of fine. From John Hanna, we are probably going to be seeing a lot of John Hanna because they have a lot of linen. We have a medium-ish weight yarn. We've got a little bit of slubbage here, but a fairly dense weave. This isn't the greatest linen, but it's not, again, the worst quality. This is gonna be an upper end of fine. We have the Glebe linen from John Hanna. Got some significant slubbage here. The weave is probably about the same, but we've definitely got thicker yarns here. This one is going to be a solid fine.
I've discovered I think my favorite is John Hanna now for a range of things in affordable prices.
Yeah. Their Kells linen has much finer yarns. However, we've also got a slightly looser weave here. But again, this is going to be for really fine linen sewing. We're not going to be making durable shifts and smocks out of this. From Stragier, I don't even know how to rank the yarn spinning in this because the slubs are like really heavyweight and the rest of the yarns are really actually quite fine weight. Yeah, we've got quite a bit of gappage there. So this one is gonna be put in a no from me, dog. From Ray Stitch, we've got the European washed linen. This is, once again, absolute standard modern weight linen. Fine. From Ada and Ina, we have the Cecilia white linen. The yarns on this one are pretty mid-weight. The weaving quality on this is really loose though. I'm not sure that I would trust this one necessarily to hold up for significant work, wash, and wear. From Ada and Ina, we have their Met linen. This is automatically gonna be a big no. I mean, the weave is just almost non-existent. Also from Ada and Ina, we have their Anne white. We've got a really thick, chunky yarn quality here. We've also got a pretty loose weave on this one as well. I'm gonna put this on the line between fine and no. We've got a B off-white linen. This one is a much denser weave than we have previously, so this isn't the worst linen, but it wouldn't be my top choice. Also from Stragier, we have a much finer quality of yarn spinning here. This, again, might be fine for a fichu or something that's not really necessarily getting a whole lot of wear. Also from Stragier, This one is a lot cleaner and a lot less slubby than the last one, which does make it a better, slightly better contender, but again, looseness of the weave is gonna really detract from the durability of this, but still solidly in the lower fine category. From Stragier, we got this number here. This is actually not the worst. The yarns are really, really fine on this. We have got a bit of slubbage in here, but you know, it's not the worst. This would be a really fine linen though. I would say like headwear, cuffs, ruffs, you know, it's not the worst. This is here. This one is going to be a solid fine.
I've discovered I think my favorite is John Hannah now for a range of things in affordable prices.
Yeah. Their Kells linen has much finer yarns, however we've also got a slightly looser weave here. But again, this is going to be for really fine linen sewing. We're not going to be making durable shifts and smocks out of this. From Stragier, I don't even know how to rank the yarn spinning in this because the slubs are like really heavyweight and the rest of the yarns are really actually quite fine weight. Yeah, we've got quite a bit of gappage there. So this one is gonna be put in a no from me, dog. From Ray Stitch, we've got the European washed linen. This is, once again, absolute standard modern weight linen. Fine. From Ada and Ina, we have the Cecilia white linen. The yarns on this one are pretty mid-weight. The weaving quality on this is really loose though. I'm not sure that I would trust this one necessarily to hold up for significant work, wash, and wear. From Ada and Ina, we have their Met linen. This is automatically gonna be a big no. I mean, the weave is just almost non-existent. Also from Ada and Ina, we have their Anne white. We've got a really thick, chunky yarn quality here. We've also got a pretty loose weave on this one as well. I'm gonna put this on the line between fine and no. We've got a B off white linen. This one is a much denser weave than we have previously, so this isn't the worst linen, but it wouldn't be my top choice. Also from Stragier, we have a much finer quality of yarn spinning here. This, again, might be fine for a fichu or something that's not really necessarily getting a whole lot of wear. Also from Stragier, this one is a lot cleaner and a lot less slubby than the last one, which does make it a better, slightly better contender, but again, looseness of the weave is gonna really detract from the durability of this, but still solidly in the lower fine category. From Stragier, we got this number here. This is actually not the worst. The yarns are really, really fine on this. We have got a bit of slubbage in here, but you know, it's not the worst. This would be a really fine linen though. I would say like headwear, cuffs, ruffs, decorative linens, but definitely a high historical contender. Just caveat, not for shifts and smocks and shirts. We have the Glen Arm from John Hannah. This is a pretty mid to heavyweight quality of yarn here with a mid to on the slightly denser side of the weave. This is gonna be a solid fine. This is from Sartor. This is the linen that came very highly recommended amongst reenactors.
And especially for making like buckrams and for using linens as
The worst. This would be a really fine linen though. I would say like headwear, cuffs, ruffs, decorative linens, but definitely a high historical contender. Just caveat, not for shifts and smocks and shirts. We have the Glen Arm from John Hannah. This is a pretty mid to heavyweight quality of yarn here with a mid to on the slightly denser side of the weave. This is gonna be a solid fine. This is from Sartor. This is the linen that came very highly recommended amongst reenactors, and as we can see, the quality of the yarns, this is very, very much on the larger side. The weave is on the looser side. We don't have too much slubbage, which is great, but this really, really does have to be kind of on the lower end of fine for me. From Golden Hind, we have their church linen. Again, the more sort of ecclesiastical themed linens here. The yarns are really fine. The weave is on the denser side. Again, this is probably going to be for a more upper class garment. However, it's probably going to get some good wear out of it. Highly possible. From stove creation on Etsy. We've got some fairly thick yarns here. We've got a pretty loose weave here. I'm gonna put this in fine. Fine. From the Tudor tailor, we have their bleached linen. This, again, is probably fine for headwear, for lighter weight linen work, but is probably not going to be ideal for shifts, shirts, and smocks.
Sold by the half yard. What's 1950 times 2?
21. No, not 41.
Yes, that's correct. It's 41 pounds a meter.
The Bangor linen from John Hanna. This is really a decent contender here. Yarns are pretty thin. We've got a slightly loose weave, and we have got some pretty significant slubbage. I'm gonna put this, again, on the border between highly tossable and fine. From Zweitgart, we've got the Edinburgh linen. This is not gonna be useful for most linen garment construction purposes. The Kingston linen, this is a much better quality linen. The yarns on this are super fine. I'm gonna put this on the upper edge of fine.
And guess what we made to the last one?
Yeah! Finally, from John Hanna, we have the Drumbeg linen.
Better not be a fine.
This is going to be a solid fine.
So I guess, which one is the best? It depends on the purpose. For durable workwear, and especially for making like buckrams and for using linens as stiffenings, I think the Whaley's Red Edge is gonna be my favorite. For like durable heavyweight linen, like this is what I would make that nun's shift out of today. In terms of fine linens, St. Martha's Guild church linen is really good. The Golden Hind church linen, again, these ecclesiastical linens are really good. These are not all the most expensive, but you know, mid to upper tier. Everything like from here over is like really passable. Red Edge is the cheapest of these, which is lighting things on fire is so rarely the solution to a problem, except when it is. Controlled arson.
Controlled arson!
We can actually tell a lot about the fiber content of cloth using two very simple tests, the burn test and the bleach test. So if you've got some mystery fabric lying around, you want to make sure that your clothing labels aren't lying to you, or you want to see firsthand why certain clothing materials can be detrimental to get caught in a candle flame, these tests can give you the answers you crave. Although forewarning that there is in fact fire and bleach involved here, so if you do decide to try these for yourself, please work only in a fireproof, well-ventilated space and follow all necessary safety precautions. Before we head out to roast things, let's first get some bleach baths going. Protein fibers like wool and silk will dissolve completely in bleach, so this is a great way to tell if you already suspect protein fibers are involved, but you really just want to see if you've got a genuine 100% wool or silk. We're also going to get a little piece of silk to dissolve in this one, because silk is also a protein fiber, so in theory, this will also, if this is silk, become somewhat dissolved. The first thing we'll notice with genuine protein fibers is that they'll start to foam up after a few seconds. This is a surefire sign that there is at least some protein action going on here. No foaming is going to be a sign of synthetic or cellulose fiber content. We'll let those soak for a little while. This is the one that I know is for sure wool. I mean, this is going to be dissolved in 5 minutes. Yeah, that's really good. This is a thrifted waistcoat here. Okay. So this I have got some mystery. Lighting things on fire is so rarely the solution to a problem, except when it is. Controlled arson.
Controlled arson!
Why certain clothing materials can be detrimental to get caught in a candle flame. These tests can give you the answers you crave. Although forewarning that is in fact fire and bleach involved here, so if you do decide to try these for yourself, please work only in a... Lighting things on fire is so rarely the solution to a problem, except when it is. Controlled arson.
Controlled arson!
We can actually tell a lot. Protein fibers like wool and silk will dissolve completely in bleach, so this is a great way to tell if you already suspect things on fire is so rarely the solution to a problem, except when it is. controlled arson.
Controlled arson!
We can actually tell a lot about the fiber content of cloth using two very simple tests, the burn test and the bleach test. So if you've got some mystery fabric lying around, you want to make sure that your clothing labels aren't lying to you, or you want to see firsthand why for a few seconds. This is a surefire sign that there is at least some protein action going on here. No foaming is going to be a sign of synthetic or cellulose fiber content. We'll let those soak for. If you've got some mystery fabric lying around, you want to make sure that your clothing labels aren't lying to you, or you want to see firsthand why certain clothing materials can be detrimental to get caught in a candle flame. These tests can give you the answers. What the fiber content is, it's probably not that much wool caught in a candle flame. These tests can give you the answers you crave. Although, forewarning that there is in fact fire and bleach involved here, so if you do decide to try these for yourself, please work only in a fireproof, well-ventilated space and follow all necessary safety precautions. Before we head out to roast things, let's first get some bleach baths going. Protein fibers like wool and silk will dissolve completely in bleach, so this is a great way to tell if you already suspect protein fibers are involved, but you really just want to see if you've got a genuine 100% wool or silk. We're also work through beautifully illustrated scenes. Spot will dissolve completely in bleach, so this is a great way to tell if you already suspect protein fibers are involved, but you really just want to see if you've got a genuine 100% wool or silk. We're also going to get a little piece of silk to dissolve in this one, because silk is also a protein fiber, so in theory, this will also, if this is silk, become somewhat dissolved. The first thing we'll notice with genuine protein fibers is that they'll start to foam up after a few seconds. This is a surefire sign that there is at least some protein action going on here. No foaming is going to be a sign of synthetic or cellulose fiber content. We'll let those soak for a little while. This is the one that I know is for sure wool. I mean, this is going to be dissolved in 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's really good. This is a thrifted waistcoat here.
Okay.
So this, I have no idea what the fiber content is. It's probably not that much wool. It's, I would guess, blended with something. This one is coming apart a bit. Damn. Go Vivian Westwood. Anyway, we'll leave this for an hour. We'll go out, burn some fabric, and we'll come back and see what happens.
Whilst we investigate the protein fiber content of these bleach samples, let us also investigate.
It's, I would guess, blended with something. This one is coming apart a bit. Damn. Go Vivian Westwood. Anyway, we'll leave this for an hour. We'll go out, burn some fabric, and we'll come back and see what happens.
Whilst we investigate the protein fiber content of these bleach samples, let us also investigate a mystery. Namely, the mystery of why June's Journey keeps sponsoring this channel. Namely, the mystery of who killed June Parker's sister. This gorgeous hidden objects mystery game is set in the roaring 20s and takes you on a thrilling adventure as you work through beautifully illustrated scenes, spotting objects, finding clues, and progressing through the captivating story. You too can become part of the investigation. Exhibit A. In this scene, there is a crucial clue hidden in plain sight. Can you find the difference and find the clue? New chapters are added every week, so there are always new adventures waiting for you. Plus, as you play through the story, you'll earn gifts and materials which you can use to build up your own little island and go on mini quests. I have never known a single person to have more drama in their life than June Parker. And honestly, I love that. Back to our scene, keen-eyed detectives will notice that there are 3 whiskey glasses in the second image. Was somebody else with Claire and Harry before they died, or is it just a coincidence? You can download June's Journey for free by clicking the link in my description box below. June's Journey is available on iOS and Android mobile devices, as well as on PC. And now, let's head out to solve the mystery of what is in these fabrics. While we're working with small flames here, obviously there are still open flames involved, so we'll need a fireproof area to work. At home, I like to do this in my kitchen sink, but since we are in a commercial building here with very strict open flame policies, we have taken an old pot to a barbecue-permitting park. Let's begin with our protein fibers, or textiles made from animal origin like wools and silks. As a general rule, these are going to be fairly flame resistant, and when burnt, they will give off a strong smell of burning hair. No surprise, because our own hair is in fact a protein fiber. We can tell a fabric is a wool if it's slow to catch a flame. It'll leave behind a crunchy ash, but the edge should still be soft. There shouldn't be any rock-hard adherence to the burnt edge.
Is it wool?
Welcome to the UK's favorite game show.
It is producing this gray smoke. It is smoldering, it is not catching. It does smell like burning hair.
There is no hard plastic on the edge of this. So, yep, we have a wool.
Once again, it is smoldering, it is smoking, but it is not catching flame.
Oh, that smells like burning hair.
And it smells like burning hair. So that is a wool. Mystery felt.
Melting? Oh, that's melting.
That is melting, that is not... Yeah, you can see the, like,
plant fibers, and they will burn really. Let's begin with our protein fibers, or textiles made from animal origin, like wools and silks. As a general rule, these are going to be fairly flame resistant, and when burnt, they will give off a strong smell of burning hair. No surprise, because our own hair is in fact a protein fiber. We can tell a fabric is a wool if it's slow to catch a flame. It'll leave behind a crunchy ash, but the edge should still be soft. There shouldn't be any rock-hard adherence to the burnt edge.
Is it wool?
Welcome to the UK's favorite game show.
It is producing this gray smoke. It is smoldering, it is not catching. It does smell like burning hair.
There is no hard plastic on the edge of this. So, yep, we have a wool.
Once again, it is smoldering, it is smoking, but it is not catching flame.
Oh, that smells like burning hair.
And it smells like burning hair. So that is a wool. Mystery felt.
Melting? Oh, that's melting.
That is melting, that is not... Yeah, you can see the, like, plastic string.
Oh, that's hard.
Yeah.
This is probably acrylic.
Silk, on the other hand, will catch fire more easily than wool, but its defining feature is that it is self-extinguishing. So the flame will just kind of put itself out after a few seconds. There isn't a whole lot of smoke involved here, and it will leave behind a similar dark powdery ash as the wools. So you can tell a fabric is made from protein fibers generally if you smell that distinct burning hair smell, and then distinguish between silk and wool by observing the flame and how easily it self-extinguishes. The safest fibers that you could be wearing when you are caught in some flaming situation are the protein-based fibers. So the wools, which are flame resistant, and the silks, which are self-extinguishing. I mean, it's also why you get those fire blankets that are wool blankets, because the wool just like smothers the flame and puts it straight out. But yeah, we just looked this up. Apparently firemen's uniforms, nylon and spandex. So the flame will just kind of will all behave to put itself out after a few seconds. There isn't a whole lot of smoke involved here, and it will leave behind a similar dark powdery ash as the wools. So you can tell a fabric is made from protein fibers generally if you smell that distinct burning hair smell, and then distinguish between silk and wool by observing the flame and how easily it self-extinguishes. The safest fibers that you could be wearing when you are caught in some flaming situation are the protein-based fibers. So the wools, which are flame resistant, and the silks, which are self-extinguishing. I mean, it's also why you get those fire blankets that are wool blankets, because the wool just like smothers the flame and puts it straight out. But yeah, we just looked this up. Apparently firemen's uniforms up until the 1970s were made from wool, because wool is a very great flame-resistant material to be wearing. Moving on to the natural cellulose fibers. These are textiles derived from plants like cotton, hemp, and linen. Cellulose fibers will be immediately recognizable by their strong, burning paper smell. Again, no surprise, because paper itself is a cellulose fiber.
Ooh, smells like paper. Oh, that smells like marshmallows.
It does smell like marshmallows.
Cellulose fibers burn bright and quickly, so we do have to be extra alert when burning these because they go up fast. Think, again, like paper. Cottons and hemps will burn more quickly than linen. Linen, on the other hand, will take a moment or two to catch before burning really brightly. Both will continue to glow after the flame has gone out, much like paper, and it will leave behind a super soft, wispy, fine gray ash. So cellulose fibers are immediately recognizable, again, by their paper smell because they are plant fibers, and they will burn really quickly, they will glow, and you can tell between cottons and hemps versus linens by the rate at which they catch flame. The linens will catch a lot slower.
This cotton's on fire! Got some mystery cottons. Let's see if they are in fact 100% cotton.
100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. 100
No, but it is bubbling. And there's a chemical smell to that. Yeah, there's some bubbling in that that is not indicative of a natural cellulose material. We've got some puckering, which is a bit suspicious. Like we might also have a little bit of melting on the edge here.
I don't think this one's a cotton.
It's blended with a petroleum-based fiber.
Petroleum fibers are exactly what they sound like. They are essentially plastic fibers made from petroleum that have been extruded.
Like there's no off.
Quickly, they will glow, and you can tell between cottons and hemps versus linens by the rate at which they catch flame. The linens will catch a lot slower.
This cotton's on fire! Got some mystery cottons. Let's see if they are in fact 100% cotton. Okay. No, but it is bubbling. And there's a chemical smell to that. Yeah, there's some bubbling in that that is not indicative of a natural cellulose material. We've got some puckering, which is a bit suspicious. Like we might also have a little bit of melting on the edge here.
I don't think this one's a cotton.
It's blended with a petroleum-based fiber.
Petroleum fibers are exactly what they sound like. They are essentially plastic fibers made from petroleum that have been extruded into very fine yarns and then woven into textiles. This means that when heated in a flame, they will melt back into the plastic whence they came. In some cases, they'll melt before they really catch fire, but it is best not to play with fire here, literally, since these are made from oil and some of these can go up really fast. Polyesters especially are really prone to conflagration, so once again, we're taking some extra precautions here. Polyester, nylon, and spandex will all behave pretty similarly. You won't get any ash here, as the fabric will just melt back into a hard plastic bead. There is no organic material to burn here. It is just plastic returning to plastic. This is actually a really good indicator of any petroleum-based synthetic content in any fabric. If the fabric has any hard plasticky feeling to that burnt edge, even if there is ash, indicating that there is some natural fiber in there, it will still indicate that at least a portion of the fiber content is petroleum-based. The fabric will also give off a strong chemical odor.
Very soft, and it's going to be gray with rayon.
Acetate, which is a common synthetic replacement for silk, is made from wood pulp. So this one can get confusing because you'll get some melting and some dripping. You may not get any ash, and it'll also dry into a hard resin, much like the petroleum fiber. Nylon and spandex, but the smell will all behave pretty similarly. You won't get any ash here, as the fabric will just melt back into a hard plastic bead. There is no organic material to burn here. It is just plastic returning to plastic. This is actually a really good indicator of any petroleum-based synthetic content in any fabric. If the fabric has any hard plasticky feeling to that burnt edge, even if there is ash, indicating that there is some natural fiber in there, it will still indicate that at least a portion of the fiber content is petroleum-based. The fabric will also give off a strong chemical odor. We are not sticking around too long here since these fumes can, of course, be hazardous. Petroleum-based fibers also includes acrylic, which is often used as a substitute for wool, so especially for all ye yarn workers out there, this section might be of particular interest to you. We can tell an acrylic from a wool since, once again, it'll give off that strong chemical odor.
Ugh, I should have done that. That was awful. Okay.
And it will shrivel up and melt back into plastic. We had this idea for this video that we wanted to take the rest of the Shein jacket, melt the whole thing down into the pile of plastic whence it came, just to like get a physical visualization of the lump of plastic that 100% polyester garments are made from. Unfortunately, every facility we've got in touch with has refused to set fire to the Shein because it is so incredibly toxic. So we are not doing that. However, to tie back to that earlier question of which fiber type you absolutely do not want to be caught wearing whilst you are reaching over that candle flame is the petroleum-based fabrics, because not only are you literally wearing oil, when those petroleum fabrics catch fire, they start to melt, and they will melt onto your skin, and they will create horrific burns. If you work in a lab or if you work around flames, you probably want to avoid wearing petroleum-based fibers The one thing that petroleum-based fibers kind of do have going for them is that they are strong. Because they are extruded, they are effectively like pushed out into very long threads. So that can help to make relatively strong fabrics in and of themselves. Whether or not the garment itself is well made is an entirely different story, but the fabric itself tends to be fairly strong.
It's just plastic. Like, there's no off-put to this. There's no ash, there's no residue. It's just like melting back into its original form.
So other synthetic materials include rayon, tencel, lyocell, viscose, and acetate. These are all cellulose-based fibers, but they have been manufactured by humans. So the fibers themselves don't occur naturally in the environment, like, for example, a big fluff of cotton or the flax strands pulled out to make linen, but they are synthesized from plant-based materials through a chemical process. So these will have some similar properties to the natural cellulose category, while also having some of their own synthetic properties. Like the cottons and linens, these will also catch very quickly, and they will glow after the flame has been extinguished. And we'll also get that sort of burning, organic, papery, leafy smell, along with something vaguely chemical. These fumes will again be hazardous, so again, we are not going to stick around here for too long.
Is she glowing? She's glowing!
She's glowing.
She's glowing! All right, we got a rayon. There's silk content in it.
Video on that, which I
off-put to this. There's no ash, there's no residue. It's just like melting back into its original form.
So other synthetic materials include rayon, tencel, lyocell, viscose, and acetate. These are all cellulose-based fibers, but they have been manufactured by humans. So the fibers themselves don't occur naturally in the environment, like, for example, a big fluff of cotton or the flax strands pulled out to make linen, but they are synthesized from plant-based materials through a chemical process. So these will have some similar properties to the natural cellulose category, while also having some of their own synthetic properties. Like the cottons and linens, these will also catch very quickly, and they will glow after the flame has been extinguished. And we'll also get that sort of burning, organic, papery, leafy smell, along with something vaguely chemical. These fumes will again be hazardous, so again, we are not going to stick around here for too long.
Is she glowing? She's glowing!
She's glowing.
She's glowing! All right, we got a rayon. There's silk content in it, but there's also rayon content in it. The ash is going to be very soft, and it's going to be gray with rayon.
Acetate, which is a common synthetic replacement for silk, is made from wood pulp. So this one can get confusing because you'll get some melting and some dripping. You may not get any ash, and it'll also dry into a hard resin, much like the petroleum fibers. But the smell here will be more vinegary or peppery. One thing that you'll find with a lot of fabrics nowadays is that you will find a lot of blends, especially with cottons, and especially in the realm of trousers.
Double, toil and trouble. Cotton velvet burn, soft, and it's going to be gray with rayon.
Acetate, which is a common synthetic replacement for silk, is made from wood pulp. So this one can get confusing because you'll get some melting and some dripping. You may not get any ash, and it'll also dry into a hard resin, much like the petroleum fibers. But the smell here will be more vinegary or peppery. One thing that you'll find with a lot of fabrics nowadays is that you will find a lot of blends, especially with cottons, and especially in the realm of trousers. A lot of these fabrics are blended with elastane, with spandex to give them a little bit of stretch. So you will probably find in a lot of your cotton fabrics, you will get that slightly hard beaded edge, along with some of that ash and that papery smell. Trying to find a pure 100% cotton that has no stretch in it is almost impossible, and it is so infuriating. Before I buy any cotton in a store, I will take a swatch of it, take it home, burn it, and just make sure that what I'm getting is a 100% cotton. It's also really important to know what your fabric is made of if you plan to dye it, because natural fibers will take dye. Petroleum-based fibers will not take dye because they are plastics. Once again, if you think of taking a watercolor to a piece of plastic, it's just going to kind of bead and it's going to resist. And you will have to use a specialty dye for that or a specialty process for that. We've brought everything back to the studio, we've laid everything out, we've marked everything down, and indicated the 3 properties that will really help us to identify these fabrics. That being the smell that is produced when the fiber is burnt, the quality of the flame when it is burnt, whether it catches quickly, how long the fabric burns, as well as the type of ash that is left. So by identifying these 3 different qualities, we can form a pretty solid idea of what is in these fabrics. But for your reference, we've put together a handy little chart, which will be, can we link a PDF? We'll find somewhere to put it. We have whipped up a fancy little chart, which we are linking down in the description below if you would like to take a look at that. This will be free to download. It's hosted over on Patreon, but once again, it is for everyone to download. It is free, so go forth and check that out if that is something that you would like.
All right, here is the result of the bleach test. As you can see, very little remains to us. This was the Hainsworth, the really thick wool, which we definitely knew was going to be a natural wool. This was the thrifted waistcoat wool, which, as we can see, there is nothing left in here. So we once again have a 100% protein fiber. Here we have the little off scrap of a seam from the Vivienne Westwood jacket. Once again, we have all of the wool completely disintegrated except for the thread that was holding the seam together. So this thread was a polyester, or it might have been a cotton thread, we don't know, but it was probably a polyester thread. And we have the silk, which was in here, which once again, because it is a protein fiber, has disintegrated. So, excellent way to tell if your fabric has any protein content in it. And you will know if you have a non-protein content in there by the fact that it does not dissolve.
The results of the bleach test also show us firsthand why we do not bleach protein fabrics. Because if you bleach a silk, if you bleach a wool, you will end up disintegrating your fabric. We do not want that. And so, we keep our bleaches very far away from our protein fabrics. Thanks once again to June's Journey for sponsoring this video. If you would like to learn some more about how that fiber content can indicate the quality of your clothing, we have a whole video on that, which I will link on screen here if you would like to go check that out. Otherwise, feel free to subscribe if you would like to stick around for some more fiber.
I mean, it's ugly. Hi, Joe.
Harry, now I know I was wrong. I messed up, and now you're gone. Harry, I'm sorry I neglected you. Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling this empty. You're me out right now would sound like music to me. Please come home, 'cause I miss you, Gary. Gary, come home. Gary, can't you see that I was blind? I'll do anything to change your mind. More than a pet, you're my best friend. Too cool to forget, come back 'cause we are family. And forgive me for making you wanna roll. Now my heart is beating like the saddest metronome. Somewhere I hope you're reading my latest 3-word poem. Gary, come home. Gary, come home. Gary, now
I have never played Splatoon. I thought now would be a great time to learn. And like any new situation, aka when you go to prison, what do? You find the biggest, baddest guy you can, and you beat him up. At least that's what they do in movies. So today we are 1v1ing Chase247. He's a Splatoon pro and content creator. Now if that means nothing to you and you don't know him, maybe this clip will help. Okay, that clip meant nothing to me, but that's what he sent me to put in the video. So that was probably a good play, if I had to guess. We set up the 1v1 on Friday. Our 1v1 was on Sunday night. So he gave me all weekend to practice. So on Sunday night, 10 minutes until the 1v1 started, I went live and tried to learn how to play Splatoon. So I have not played. And he's gonna show up any minute. So we gotta figure out how this game works. Is this it? What's this? Am I in the wrong language? So I do know if you go up to a wall, I can swim up it. Like, do I know Splatoon or do I know Splatoon? Am I? Who's this? Hello? Yeah, let's go team. I'm supposed to spray I'm supposed to paint the floor as much as I can, yeah? Not good. Get it, abandoned ship, abandoned ship. Who's shooting me? What was that? Am I dead? King DDD just smashed me. This game make no sense. I watched a video that said it was just like Call of Duty. I was like, okay, I can do that. This game is nothing like Call of Duty. Oh wait, I'm painting the floor. My gun is not working. What's happening? Did we win? Know him. Maybe this clip will help. I have never played.
A bomb just went off in the World Trade Center. It's like, it's unbelievable.
It was the sound of the first plane slamming into the North Tower that jolted then NYU student Caroline Dries and her roommate from their sleep. NYU student.
Machine.
What?
Turn back now.
I think I'm getting a Zoom call from God.
For what purpose do you trample upon this palace, machine?
I mean, why do you?
To question God is heresy, machine. But for your information, I am driving the corpse of King Minos like a fucking Mazda.
Okay.
It appears that your choice is made. As the righteous hand of the Father, I will beat you back into silicon.
I think someone has daddy issues.
I do not have daddy issues. I am Papa Respectful fucking.
What?
Turn back.
Okay.
It appears that your choice is made. As the righteous hand of the Father, she.
What?
Turn back now.
I think someone has daddy issues.
I do not have daddy issues. I am Papa. She.
What?
Turn back now.
I think I'm getting a Zoom call from God.
For what purpose do you trample?
Uno with Clark and Scott and John and Jeffrey and Alan.
John, Jeffrey, and
Labor
Liliana.
Day weekend, and Scott and Jeffrey are visiting us from Raleigh, Durham, where they just moved to a fabulous new home. We're having a swell time, although Princess Diana has been injured gravely. It's been reported, allegedly.
Not allegedly. They had pictures. We're watching it on
Allegedly.
We're watching it on CNN.
There's a huge accident. It's alleged.
It happened 2 hours
Cover
ago.
my bases. I cannot afford a lawsuit.
Oh.
It's breaking news.
So who's winning?
The news broke. Well, Alan Uno with Clark and Scott and John and Jeffrey and Alan.
John, Jeffrey, and
Labor
Liliana.
Day weekend, and Scott and Jeffrey are visiting us from Raleigh, Durham, where they just moved to a fabulous new home. We're having a swell time, although Princess Diana has next with 88. Yeah. Our hosts with the most are beating our pants off. So to speak. So to speak. It's been reported.
I would not be one of
Not allegedly. They had pictures. We're watching it on
Allegedly.
We're watching it on CNN.
There's a huge.
These are Jeffrey's cards.
Uno with Clark and Scott and John and Jeffrey and Alan.
John, Jeffrey, and
Labor
Liliana.
Day weekend, and Scott and Jeffrey are visiting us from Raleigh, Durham, where they just moved to a fabulous new home. We're having a swell time, although
You have a lot of those.
Everybody go on fast. It has changed. And John and Jeffrey
Scott,
and Alan.
John, Jeffrey, and
Labor
Liliana.
Day weekend, and Scott and Jeffrey are visiting us from Raleigh, Durham, where they just moved to a fabulous new home. We're having a swell time, although Princess Diana has been injured gravely. It's been reported, allegedly.
Not allegedly. They had pictures. We're watching it on
Allegedly.
We're watching it on CNN.
That's why I'm not on. It's been injured gravely. It's been reported, allegedly.
Not allegedly. They had pictures. We're watching it on
Allegedly.
We're watching it on CNN.
There's a huge accident. It's alleged.
It happened 2 hours
Cover
ago.
my bases. I cannot afford a lawsuit.
There apparently is nothing else.
It's breaking news. Uno with Clark and Scott.
You know that will be the most photographed car.
What a picture play.
Uno with Clark and Scott and John and Jeffrey and Alan.
John, Jeffrey, and
Labor Day weekend, and Scott and Jeffrey are visiting us from Raleigh, Durham, where they just moved to a fabulous new home. We're having a swell time, although Princess Diana has been injured gravely. It's been reported, allegedly.
Not allegedly. They have pictures. We're watching it on
Allegedly.
We're watching
Princess Diana dead.
watching it on
Allegedly.
We're watching it on CNN.
There's a huge accident. It's alleged.
It happened 2 hours
Cover
ago.
my bases. I cannot afford a lawsuit.
Oh.
It's breaking news.
So who's winning?
The news broke.
Well, Alan's ahead right now.
Oh, I didn't
Alan's
just say
only
that.
got 68.
Okay.
And Clark's next with 88.
Yeah.
Our hosts with the most are beating our pants off. So to speak. So to speak.
I would not be want to be sitting next to me at this particular moment in time.
I have 8.
Oh, Dennis.
I have 7.
These are Jeffrey's cards.
You want to see my card?
Can you play that back immediately, please?
Go put it on the TV.
Yeah.
Put it on the TV.
Whose turn is? You have a lot of those.
Everybody go on fast.
It has changed. Princess Diana seriously injured. They've added the word seriously.
That's not good.
That's not good.
In other words, her face got it.
Dodi Al-Fayed is dead, as was the driver from the Ritz in the Mercedes, but her chauffeur was also injured.
No, her bodyguard
was injured.
What
The
did I
chauffeur
say?
was. You said the chauffeur was
The chauffeur
injured.
was killed.
That's why I'm not on CNN, and they are. They just keep breaking the news over and over again.
Princess Diana.
Seriously injured.
Now, my question is, this has been on now for what, a good hour? If this didn't happen, what would CNN be playing?
Yeah, there apparently is nothing else going on in the world.
Going on in the world.
It'd be a Larry King repeat.
You know that will be the most photographed car.
What a picture play.
Accident took place. It's been announced officially by the.
Now, my question is, this has been on now for what, a good hour? If this didn't happen, what would CNN be playing?
Yeah, there apparently is nothing else going on in the world.
In the world.
It'd be a Larry King repeat.
You know that will be the most photographed car.
What a picture play.
Roadside assistance.
With loader towing.
Gosh, it is. The engine's pushed way back up into the.
They had to hit the front
They're,
seat.
they're lucky anybody's alive.
Yeah.
Word normal and Ken in the same sentence.
Is that on tape? That's how I'll be remembered.
I just thought we should get you back.
Princess Diana dead.
Oh, she died.
Where's the remote?
Oh my God.
She didn't make it.
Oh.
Just use the volume. Get it loud.
I can't. The damn thing doesn't even work.
Within the briefing room where you're gathered, how did you find out who told you?
I was told. In fact, I had to step out because it was still going on. We were told by a hospital employee making a public statement, and now the French Interior Minister, Jean-Pierre Chevènement, is speaking and expressing his condolences. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Now, I'm going to have to go back in the briefing room, and I cannot speak up. They don't have the microphones turned on, so nobody can hear terribly well what's being said if I'm speaking to you. But
all right,
it is confirmed that she's dead. She succumbed to massive internal injuries.
Officials are saying at the hospital, but it appears to be official. Princess Diana, at the age of 36, has died of massive internal injuries she suffered in a car accident along with her companion Dodi Al-Fayed. Let's go now live to CNN's Jim Bitterman in Paris. Jim?
Lyndon, it's very tragic news indeed coming from the hospital just across town from where we're sitting. I'm here with some of the eyewitnesses who arrived on the scene just after the accident took place.
John and John.
Assassination of John F. Kennedy. Friday, November 22nd, 1963. John F. Kennedy served as president during the height of the Cold War. Kennedy served as only 2 employees from the building were missing. One who had walked outside and wasn't allowed back into the building by police at the time of the shooting, and another, Lee Harvey Oswald, who had only been working there for a month. He had been seen and described by the witnesses who saw him in the 6th floor window, so a description was sent out by the police. As he moved down the floors, he was encountered by Dallas police officer Marion L. Baker, who had his gun drawn. He was allowed to pass, however, because Oswald's supervisor identified him as an employee. Oswald had slipped out of the book depository after the shooting, had walked several blocks, caught a city bus, and then hailed a taxi that took him straight to his boarding house. There he picked up a pistol and a coat and began to walk aimlessly. Oswald had already left the scene on a bus to his boarding house by 12:40 p.m., but the police did discover a rifle underneath some boxes and its shells by the window on the 6th floor as witnesses had described. The police identified it as a 7.65 Mauser, but later the FBI announced that the police were mistaken and the rifle was an Italian Carcano M91 38 bolt-action rifle. The second-hand Italian-made Carcano rifle had been purchased by Oswald earlier in the year under the alias A. Heidel. The Carcano was a notoriously inaccurate weapon, and for many it's hard to believe that with such a weapon, Oswald, despite his former military training, could hit a moving target like the president twice with such precision at a range of approximately 250 feet. Shortly afterwards, a Dallas policeman by the name of J.D. Tippett was patrolling his usual area and saw a man who fitted the Oswald description on the corner of 10th Street and Patton Avenue. After a brief exchange of words, Oswald shot Tippett 4 times with a .38 revolver, killing him in front of witnesses. Oswald ran to the nearby Commercial Street of Jefferson Boulevard. A man named Johnny Calvin Brewer noticed his suspicious behavior and followed Oswald for several blocks to the Texas Theater. Oswald ducked there without buying a ticket. Brewer hailed a police officer, Nick McDonald, who entered the theater accompanied by another officer. Both officers apprehended Oswald on the stage of the Texas Theater, 6 blocks away from the scene of the crime, at 1:50 p.m. When Oswald was arrested, he was carrying a forged identity card bearing the name Alec J. Heidel, the alias he used to buy the rifle. However, Texas law imposed no control over the purchase of military spending on Texas Theater. Oswald ducked there without buying a ticket. Brewer hailed a police officer, Nick McDonald, who entered the theater accompanied by another officer. Both officers apprehended Oswald on the stage of the Texas Theater, spending on both. Assassination of John F. Kennedy. Friday, November 20, increased the number of U.S. advisors in Vietnam from 400 to the Bay of Pigeon of John F. Kennedy. Friday, November 22nd, 1963. John F. Kennedy served as president during the height of the Cold War. During his presidency, he saw the increase of military spending on both nuclear and conventional forces and increased the number of U.S. advisors in Vietnam from 400 to 16. White House and the Kremlin. During Kennedy's time in office, the Berlin Wall was built by the Soviets in order to stop refugees from fleeing from East Germany to West Germany. In Berlin, he delivered a speech challenging Soviet oppression and gave hope to the people of the city. But in the winter of 1963, the president of military spending on both nuclear and conventional forces and increased the number of U.S. advisors in Vietnam. Wife Jacqueline departed to 16,000. The Bay of Pigs fiasco, the failure of 1,400 Cuban exiles trained by the CIA to invade their own country, began at the start of his presidency. Then there was the Cuban Missile Crisis, resulting in the USSR and the USA signing the Test Ban Treaty, forbidding nuclear testing in the atmosphere. It also established the Hotline, a direct telephone contact between the White House and the Kremlin. During Kennedy's time in office, the Berlin Wall was built by the Soviets in order to stop refugees from fleeing from East Germany to West Germany. In Berlin, he delivered a speech challenging Soviet oppression and gave hope to the people of the city. But in the winter of 1963, the presidency of John F. Kennedy would be tragically cut short. On November 21, 1963, President John F. Kennedy and his wife Jacqueline departed on Air Force One for a 2-day, 5-city tour of Texas. He He was to announce his candidacy for the 1964 presidential elections there because Texas was vital for his re-election. President Force One for a 2-day, 5-city tour of Texas. He was to announce his candidacy for the 1964 presidential elections there because Texas was vital for his re-election. Texans needed to be convinced as this. The president's next stop was the Dallas Trade Mart, approximately 10 miles away, where Kennedy was scheduled to deliver another speech. It's estimated that about 200,000 people lined the route to the Trade Mart. The limousine the president was traveling in was an open-top 1961 Lincoln Continental 4-door convertible limousine that was called the SS-100X by the Secret Service. The motorcade moved through Dealey Plaza in downtown Dallas. Nellie Connolly, the First Lady of Texas, turned around to the president who was sitting behind her and commented, "Mr. President, you can't say Dallas doesn't love you," which President Kennedy acknowledged by saying, "No, you certainly can't." Those were the last words ever spoken by John F. Kennedy. At 12:30 p.m., the motorcade was passing the grassy knoll to the north of Elm Street and moving towards the Texas School Book Depository. Then gunshots were heard. A bullet hit President Kennedy's neck and hit Governor Connolly's shoulder and wrist. A second shot then hit President Kennedy in the head, covering the limousine's rear interior with fragments of skull, blood, and brain. The impact was so severe that blood and fragments even landed on the Secret Service car that was following behind. The limousine sped off to Parkland Memorial Hospital within minutes, but it was already too late, and doctors' efforts were in vain. Kennedy was declared dead at 1 p.m. Connolly would recover from his wounds. The country and the world was in shock. President Kennedy's body was taken from Parkland Hospital to Love Field and loaded onto Air Force One. At 2:38 p.m., sheltered on board Air Force One in case of further assassination attempts, Lyndon B. Johnson took the oath of office with Jacqueline Kennedy by his side, still wearing her blood-spattered clothes. The oath was administered by U.S. District Court Judge Sarah Hughes. Less than an hour earlier, a person had been arrested by the police. Witnesses had reported hearing and seeing shots from different directions, but several accounts mentioned the southeast corner window on the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository building. Only 2 employees from the building were missing, one who had walked outside and wasn't allowed back into the building by police at the time of the shooting, and another, Lee Harvey Oswald, who had only been working there for a month. He had been seen and described by the witnesses who saw him in the 6th floor window, so a description was sent out by the police. As he moved down the floors, he was encountered by Dallas police officer Marion L. Baker, who had his gun drawn. He was allowed to pass, however, because Oswald's supervisor identified him as an employee. Oswald had slipped out of the book depository after the shooting, had walked several blocks, caught a city bus, and then hailed a taxi that took him straight to his boarding house. There he picked up a pistol and a coat and began to walk aimlessly. Oswald had already left the scene on a bus to his boarding house by 12:40 p.m., but the police did discover a rifle underneath some boxes and its shells by the window on the 6th floor as witnesses had described. The police identified it as a 7.65 Mauser, but later the FBI announced that the police were mistaken and the rifle was an Italian Carcano M91 38 bolt-action rifle. The second-hand Italian-made Carcano rifle had been purchased by Oswald earlier in the year under the alias A. Heidel. The Carcano was a notoriously inaccurate weapon, and for many it's hard to believe that with such a weapon, Oswald, despite his former military training, could hit a moving target like the president twice with such precision at a range of approximately 250 feet. Shortly afterwards, a Dallas policeman by the name of J.D. Tippett was patrolling his usual area and saw a man who fitted the Oswald description on the corner of 10th Street and Patton Avenue. After a brief exchange of words, Oswald shot Tippett 4 times with a .38 revolver, killing him in front of witnesses. Oswald ran to the nearby Commercial Street of Jefferson Boulevard. A man named Johnny Calvin Brewer noticed his suspicious behavior and followed Oswald for several blocks to the Texas Theater. Oswald ducked there without buying a ticket. Brewer hailed a police officer, Nick McDonald, who entered the theater accompanied by another officer. Both officers apprehended Oswald on the stage of the Texas Theater, 6 blocks away from the scene of the crime at 1:50 p.m. When Oswald was arrested, he was carrying a forged identity card bearing the name Alec J. Heidel, the alias he used to buy the rifle. However, Texas law imposed no control over the purchase of weapons. There was no reason to buy it under an assumed name. So why did Oswald buy the rifle and a handgun by mail order under his assumed name? Curiously, Army intelligence was known to have a file on A.J. Heidel, the contents of which were destroyed before it could be acquired by investigators. On Sunday morning, November 24th, after being held for 2 nights, Oswald was being transferred from city jail to the county jail. The event was being broadcast live on TV for millions of Americans to see. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a man shot a pistol point blank at Oswald, who died 2 hours later in Parkland Memorial Hospital. The man who fired the pistol was Jack Ruby, a local nightclub owner. He said that he killed Oswald to spare Mrs. Kennedy the discomfiture of coming back to trial. The state funeral for President Kennedy was held on November 25, 1963, with representatives from more than 100 countries and millions of viewers watching it on television. On November 29, 1963, President Lyndon B. Johnson created the President's Commission on the Assassination of President John F. Kennedy, also known as the Warren Commission, after its chairman, Earl Warren, Chief Justice of the United States. Its 888-page final report was presented to Johnson on September 24, 1964. The Warren report concluded that Oswald, who had become a skilled marksman as a Marine, had fired 3 shots, one that entered Kennedy's neck and exited through his throat before hitting Connally, one that hit Kennedy in the back of the head, the fatal shot, and one that missed the president but ricocheted off a piece of sidewalk which injured James Tague. Many disagreed with these findings and argued instead that there had been a second shooter on the grassy knoll in Dealey Plaza, that the motorcade had been approaching, and there were witnesses who thought they had heard shots coming from the direction of a railroad beyond the knoll. The report, however, concluded that Lee Harvey Oswald and Jack Ruby had acted alone, although the findings of the Warren Commission continue to be controversial.
The FBI concluded that all 3 bullets struck inside the car.
He was hit for the first and the third. The second shot hit the governor. The third shot tore a large part of the president's head off.
The Warren Commission put itself in a straitjacket. They could not possibly allow more than 3 shots, because 4 shots or more would have clearly indicated conspiracy, and they were not going there.
I was standing down under the underpass on the curb that was very visible mark where a bullet had struck. A fragment of the bullet scratched my face.
Records show the first shot had missed its target completely, and the final shot hit Kennedy in the head. So how does one account for 1 bullet hitting 2 victims and doing all this damage? Our inspector was a Yale Law School graduate working in the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office when he was asked to serve on the Warren Commission.
Aha! What if 1 bullet made all 7 wounds? Our inspector, he is the one that gave birth to the single bullet theory. What if 1 bullet went into Kennedy's back and came out his neck, and then went into Connally's back, piercing the lung, destroying 4 inches of the right 5th rib, exiting from the front of his chest, going into the back of the wrist, shattering the distal end of the radius, and a 6'4" guy like Connally, that's a big, heavy bone, comminuted fracture, exits from the front of the wrist, goes into his left thigh. Whatever you want, whatever you need, this bullet happily and readily obliges you. It is indeed a magic bullet.
CE 399 was the magic bullet, and all government investigations so far have treated that bullet as absolutely foundational to this case.
U.S. President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas on November 22, 1963. Within hours of his death, a gun was found in a nearby building, and police arrested the accused killer, Lee Harvey Oswald. Oswald denied it.
I didn't shoot anybody.
He said somebody had set him up.
I'm just a patsy.
But when the Dallas police searched his belongings, they found these. 2 photos of Oswald posing in his backyard, holding the gun that killed the president. The photos definitively linked Oswald to the murder weapon and made the case against him airtight in the minds of investigators. But when they showed Oswald the photos, he insisted they were fakes and that his head had been superimposed onto someone else's body to frame him. The next day, Oswald was shot to death while in police custody, sparking rumors that the U.S. government was covering up the real story of the assassination and who else might be involved. And this photo, which has been scrutinized, deconstructed, and reconstructed ever since, is at the heart of it. After Kennedy's assassination, government investigators spent 10 months compiling evidence and concluded that Oswald alone killed the president, an explanation the public has doubted ever since. Conspiracy theorists argue that a powerful entity like the KGB, CIA, Mafia, or Kennedy's successor to the presidency had to be involved in such a high-profile murder. And if these photos are fake, it suggests a far-reaching conspiracy framed Oswald for a crime he said he didn't commit, or at least didn't commit on his own. This is the most notorious of the backyard photos. It appeared on the cover of Life magazine in February 1964 and circulated in global newspapers. People were quick to notice something odd. The rifle on the cover of Life had a telescopic sight, and in other news outlets, the scope was gone. The news outlets explained they retouched the photo before printing and inadvertently altered the appearance of the rifle. But the controversy convinced people around the world the photo was fake.
And of course, if it was fake, now who faked it and why did they fake it? And it opens up this whole can of worms.
This guy knows a lot about photo fakes.
My name is Hani Farid. I'm a professor here at the University of California, Berkeley, and I specialize in digital imaging forensics. I work on criminal cases, on civil cases, where the authenticity of an image or a video has been called into question.
Farid is also the latest in a long line of experts that have used science to try to figure out if the photo of Lee Harvey Oswald is real.
Oh, that's amazing. You have the original.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So what is the problem with this photo?
Okay, first of all, I assume I can keep this. There were 4 things that people consistently point to in the photo as purported evidence of manipulation. First and foremost is people have argued that the lighting and the shadows in the photo are physically impossible. In particular, if you look on the ground, there is this long shadow to his right, but if you look on his face, the shadow from his nose seems to be coming directly down. So people were saying, oh, his head was spliced into a photo of somebody else holding the gun and the lighting was wrong. That was number 1. Number 2 is that if you look at Oswald in the photo, he has this pretty bulky chin. It's quite broad. But if you look at his mugshots and other photos of him, he seems to have this very tapered chin. So that added to the evidence, if you want to call it that this isn't really his face, that the chin seems to be too broad.
The contradictory shadows and the broad chin are the most commonly cited signs of alleged tampering. This theory even made its way into this scene in Oliver Stone's 1991 film JFK, starring Gary Oldman as Oswald.
Well, I never saw this picture. That is my face, but my face has been superimposed.
Look at the way the shadows on the nose fall in a straight line like it's high noon. But the shadow down here on the ground reads more like late afternoon or early morning.
Number 3 is that in the photo, the gun seems to be shorter than the actual gun that was used to kill the president. And then number 4 was that his posture seems odd. It seems like he's sort of leaning back and he should be unstable holding that gun like that. And so when you look at the photo, yeah, at first glance, something looks a little weird there. And so that's what has been around this photo for a long time.
In the 1960s and 1970s, forensic experts tried just about everything to test the authenticity of this photo. Examined it at various exposures to check for signs of tampering, didn't find any. Photographed the rifle that killed Kennedy at various distances and angles to compare it to the weapon in the backyard photo, the dimensions matched. Side-by-side analysis with Oswald's mugshot confirmed it was him. They also took photos with Oswald's seized camera to check if the unique artifacts specific to the negatives produced by that camera, in this case these 11 scratch marks, would appear across other photos. They did, meaning the backyard photos were taken with Oswald's camera. Investigators even recreated the photo numerous times to see if the shadow angles were possible in a single image, most successfully in this one, taken exactly 4 years after the original at the same hour in Oswald's former backyard. The shadows matched up, straight down on the face and at an angle for the body. They concluded again and again that the backyard photos were taken with Oswald's camera and there were no signs of fakery. But even presented with the facts, the controversy surrounding the photo persisted.
And I think that is baked into conspiracies. Anything that is inconsistent with your core belief is simply evidence that that person is part of the conspiracy to keep information from you.
Check out this mail-order videotape, Fake, made by famous conspiracy theorist and amateur photographer Jack D. White, who was obsessed with debunking the authenticity of this photo.
Let me show you the results of my photo analysis and see if you too can detect the graphics blunders which prove that a powerful conspiracy resulted in the death of President Kennedy.
This guy was quoted in national media as an expert, and in a 1978 BBC television documentary, an actual forensics expert felt confident that
one can only conclude that Oswald's head has been stuck onto a chin.
the flaw in these approaches is that people tend to overestimate their ability to determine real-world physics from a single two-dimensional image.
And it turns out we're really, really bad at it when it comes to certain things, like shadows, like reflections and mirrored surfaces. But if you think about it, that shouldn't be surprising. This thing here, the visual system, didn't evolve over millions and millions of years to reason about a flat piece of paper.
So Fareed and his team reconstructed the scene using 3D modeling software to rule out the 4 problems of the photo.
The shadows, the shape of the chin, the length of the gun, and the posture.
Here's how they built it.
So we know a couple of things about Oswald. We know how tall he was and what his weight was around the time that he was arrested. So what you're seeing here is a 3-dimensional model that has been scaled to his height in real-world units.
They added Oswald's known weight to the model and posed it to match the stance in the photo, adding the weight of the guns he's holding to test its balance. Oswald's mugshot provided a reference for the narrow chin and shape of the nose. Finally, they lit the scene with a single light source, moving it around until the shadows looked just right. You can see how closely the 3D model matches the original photo in this overlay image.
It means that we have a 3-dimensional model of Oswald and the sun and the ground plane that is consistent with whatever was happening in that physical scene in 1963.
Now, they could examine the shadows.
He has this long shadow down from his nose. He has this long shadow passed back into his right, and those are consistent with a single light source. So it just turns out that shadows sometimes look weird. So what happens to that very tapered chin is it suddenly becomes very fat. Well, why? It's actually not the shape of his chin, it's just a shadow. So number 2, the chin of Oswald is consistent with what you see in the photo. The gun, which we know the measurement of, is perfectly consistent with the photo. There's nothing wrong with it. It's exactly the right size.
And lastly, the physics of the pose.
You are stable standing up when that center of mass that projects straight down onto the floor is encompassed by your feet. We have a 3D model of Oswald. We know where his mass is. We project that downward. And what you see here is that it is well within the bounding area of his feet, which means the pose with the gun and the weird backward tilt that he's doing is perfectly physically plausible.
Some people might never let this photo go, but ultimately, the simplest explanation is usually the strongest.
I think you've got to start to ask, how complicated is your explanation of what happened? Is it plausible that in 1963, somebody manipulated a photo to be fully consistent in a way that an analysis 50 years later cannot find evidence of manipulation, I do not find that a compelling argument. So when you start to chip away that any artifact in the image, anything in the image that you think is evidence of tampering that we can start to now explain away, at some point you get to the end and you say, okay, the only plausible explanation that is left is that the image is authentic, and now you have to move on.
I talked to another scientist, Pawan Sinha, about light and shadows. He's a professor of visual neuroscience at MIT and described a study he and his colleagues designed to test just how bad humans are at recognizing inconsistent lighting in images. The subjects were shown several pairs of real-world scenes, one digitally altered to introduce lighting inconsistencies, the other unaltered. They were instructed to spot the original. The test went like this: 2 seconds for the first image, a gray screen, then 2 seconds for the second image. People picked the right image only 50% of the time. Upping the view time to 5 seconds increased that rate to 70%. But the study concluded that humans just don't naturally recognize illumination inconsistencies in images. There's a link to the paper in the description of this video, plus Hani Farid's full study of the Oswald photo, along with everything you need to read up on the investigations into this photo over the years.
Deku, stop! Deku, I said stop diggling me!
Holy bazookers. Was that your butt?
Yeah, it was my butt. I told you to stop, nerd!
Wow. I didn't know your butt could explode too.
Shut up, Deku!
Sorry.
Well, now I feel embarrassed, so I think I'm just gonna leave.
No, it's okay. You can fart anytime you'd want around me.
Wait, really?
I don't mind, really.
Thanks, nerd.
You mind if I maybe smell it?
No, not at all. Go ahead. Well, nerd, what do you think? Does it smell good?
Ooh. Is that a bean burrito from Taco Bell?
What the? Aw, Deku, you know me too well.
I just know you too well, Kachan.
I love you, nerd.
Do you want to maybe smell my fart?
Yeah, Deku. I'd love to.
Okay.
Deku!
How was it?
It smells pretty good.
Thank you, Kachan.
You're welcome, nerd. Deku, don't make that face! You're making me blush, nerd!
Hey, baby. I know you've been having some trouble sleeping recently, but I want to help you. And I've been doing a bit of research, and I think I might know the perfect solution. Just close your eyes, okay? And trust me. Do you trust me? Good. Okay. Are you ready? Sweet dreams, baby.
Hello YouTube, how you doing today? This is going to be a very good and easy video, and I'll get right into it. Thank you all for what you've been doing, it's so wonderful. Okay, first of all, I got my glass. I got my Pepsi, and I got my hot sauce. I love my hot sauce. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the Pepsi in the glass, as usual. Nice crack. Love the crack. That much Pepsi, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, that much Pepsi. And now, I'm going to put the hot sauce in it. Love my hot sauce. Simple and easy. Put that much. Then I give it a roundy stir. See? Roundly stir. Ooh, smells spicy. Hot saucy. Now we taste. Hopefully it tastes good. Wow. Oh. Wow. Spicy. Hot. You know, somebody on the other video I was watching said it tastes gross. No, it don't. Wow. The simple wizardy drink does it again. Wow. Whew. That was hot. I'll let you know when and whatever happens. So, thank you, YouTube. Oh yeah. Cheers. I know it's a short video, but still, cheers. Bye.
Hey, sleepyhead. Looks like you're awake. I think we're gonna land soon. Yeah, I can get more snacks for you, you little hungry girl. I'm also gonna go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Is this it? Hello? Anyone in there? Huh. Well, I guess I'll just go in.
There you go. All tucked in now. You had a long day, didn't you? You deserve a good nap.
Oh,
At least I only dropped 14 of them.
Hey there. Little birdie told me we're having some trouble trying to fall asleep. Which is why I'm here. No. I know. It gets tough sometimes. Yeah. Stress is another issue. I understand. Don't worry. I'll save you. And you'll be going... in no time. Well, here goes nothing. Oh. You're not moving anymore. Looks like my job here's done. Sleep tight.
This is Charlie Kirk. The 31-year-old right-wing political figure is about to attend his final debate. During August of 2025, he had announced that he was planning on visiting several college campuses over the coming months to promote his debate series titled the American Comeback Tour, which began that past February.
His first stop of the season, located at Utah Valley University, didn't seem like a bad choice to campaign. There was a good amount of open space, security, and some vantage points for spectators to get a good look at what was going on.
However, as time passed and mid-September rolled around, cracks started appearing in Kirk's plan. For one, a petition circulated in an attempt to get the university to cancel his tour, but they pressed onward regardless. It was quite clear how much backlash officials received regarding Kirk's appearance at UVU, but nobody seemed to expect how drastically the story would take a turn.
The date is September 10th, 2025. Charlie walked out to a crowd of 3,000 and began to start his show at noon. Even then, however, it was reported that a suspicious figure was walking on the rooftop of the Lassie Center 142 blocks away. 20 minutes later, reports indicated that he was already lying down in position to do his deed.
Enter Hunter Kozak, a student engaging in banter on the topic of mass shootings. Their debate wouldn't last long, however, as something truly unexpected was about to happen.
Their conversation transpired as follows.
Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence.
And then?
Charlie Kirk was then shot in the neck and began profusely bleeding all over. The crowd started to disperse as Charlie's team started to rush his limp body to the Timpanogos Regional Hospital. However, it was too late. Charlie Kirk was later pronounced dead.
Investigators soon found the shooter's rifle cartridges were engraved with various cryptic messages. These include, "Hey fascist, catch."
If you read this, you are gay. LMAO.
Oh Bella, chow. Bella, chow. Bella, chow, chow, chow.
Notices bulge. Oh whoa. What's this?
Currently, it is suspected that a man named Tyler Robinson is responsible for the murder. The 22-year-old was a former UVU student who dropped out after a semester. Although his motive for the alleged assassination is reportedly unknown, family members and friends claim that he wasn't very fond of Trump or Charlie Kirk.
As of today, he is survived by his wife Erica Kirk, who leads Turning Point USA in his name and grieves his loss every day. His legacy of fighting for the gospel will never diminish its flame.
How was your day today? today's video, I'm gonna be giving you a little haircut. You need a little trim. You need just a little trim. Your hair needs to be as beautiful as mine. So what's the occasion? You're going on a trip to Hawaii. An island. I love going to islands. I've gone to a lot of islands. My favorite one is probably the Epstein's Island. There's a lot of files about that one, but we're not gonna release them. Not yet. Instead, we'll put a lot of fake news in the way of the media, so that way people forget about the Epstein files. I mean, it's that simple. Seriously. Just a little off the top, or you want a little more off the top? Just a little off the top, or a little more off the top? A little more off the top? A little off the top? Which one is it? I can't tell. I'm just gonna make your hair beautiful like mine. You're doing so well. You're doing so good. You gotta give them a little dance because you're doing so good. Give them that little dance because you're doing so well right now. You're doing a great job relaxing, getting a haircut. Your hair looks fantastic, by the way. You look fantastic. If you weren't so old, I'd kiss you. If you were a little younger, I'd kiss you. But you're doing a great job. I would give you a sucker, but you're a little too old. Could you imagine if I was actually giving you a haircut? I sit you down in the chair, and I just start talking about the war in the Middle East. So what do you want? You want a low taper fade? That's great. Have you heard about the war in the Middle East? Hamas has 48 hours to accept a deal, or a lot of people are going to start dying. And I don't want people to start dying. I'm sorry, excuse me. Did you say you wanted a low taper? A little off the top? Okay, that's what Hillary always said. She said a little off the top, Donald. When we're at the Epstein's Island, that's a crazy girl, you know that? So, how old are you? Oh, I thought you were below the age of... I'm not gonna say it, but I thought you were, because you look so young. You know that you're a great young person, and you have a lot of ambition, and you have a lot to go for. And then while I'm spraying your hair, I put a little bit of chlorophyll in the water, so you slowly start to sleep better than Sleepy Joe. You start to sleep just a little bit, and then you wake up not in a barber chair. You wake up somewhere else, and then you're like, where am I? And it's me and the Prime Minister of Israel. We're standing close like that, and he has a little camera recorder. The Prime Minister of Israel has a little camera recorder. He's recording you. And then he says, why are you regulated? Why are you regulated? I'm just kidding. He says, Donald, go over to that person. And I want you to cut their hair. And then Donald says, me, I'm Donald. I say, I already cut their hair. They just came from the barber shop. And then Netanyahu says, I want you to cut their other hair. Your puebeses. Okay, I'm done. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. I don't even know what I'm talking about. This video is not made for kids. But I hope you're sleeping better than Sleepy Joe, and this brings a smile to your face before you fall asleep. Because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I mean, it really is. I mean, come on, people. You really expect Donald Trump to give you a haircut? Let's see how you like this one. Twin Towers. Oh no, Israel did it. Excuse me. Okay, so I didn't get that much off the top. So I'm gonna go back with my scissors and cut your hair because it was kind of looking like a bob. It looked a little bit like Hillary Clinton's hair, crooked Hillary's hair. You know, it's funny because a lot of people think that we're enemies, but we're best friends. I mean, we do this. It's a political stunt. You think the people that fight each other in boxing rings are really enemies? Some of them can be, but we're not. You're doing so good in that little chair, getting your hair cut. I'm just gonna take a little bit of hair, just put it in there. I'm gonna save that for later. Nobody sleeps like you. Trust me. Nobody sleeps like you. You're probably the best sleeper we've ever seen. And again, that's a big compliment because I was one of the preschool's best sleepers. I was always asleep. I actually got many awards for nap time. I was the longest record holder of nap time in 2000 to 2020. I mean, seriously, you could look this up. I was the best nap timer. And a lot of preschools gave me awards for it. I was so good that I would make other people around me go to sleep. And that's what I'm doing for you. Making you go to sleep.
the dog doing?
the dog doing? What the dog doing? the dog doing? a dog doing?
What the dog doing? What the dog doing?
the dog doing?
Huh? After the ones we've had, it would be quite a way to cap it all. To wake up in Skyrim. That would really just be the cherry on top. We made it. Night 1 complete. Whew. Okay. 8 hours ish, give or take. Really, probably like, 7.5 hours of actual sleep. Or less than. But pretty alright after that. I don't know who the fuck put in the bells. Bread? Yeah, who were the Taco Bell tolls? I was like, this is gonna get copyright struck. But then I heard the lyrics, and I'm like, maybe it won't. But honestly, the Tori joined. Is that the one that's on the other side of this wall on TikTok? Oh my god. An eye cover tomorrow. You're covering your face a few times as the sun came up. No, I was doing that just because it was more comfortable for my arm. That wasn't really for my eyes. Like, for whatever reason, with the way the couch was, having my arm over my head was more comfortable for periods of time. I do have an eye cover, and I have used it before for the sleep stream. I might still grab it though for next time. We'll see. I don't know. I might grab the Yogi Bow from out from behind the couch for tomorrow night. Falling off the couch is or yeah. Thankfully did not fall off the couch last night. Okay, yeah, I think like the live. Thank you for liking the live. Appreciate it. I'm amazed that TikTok hasn't crashed yet. Honestly, that's impressive. I'm amazed that TikTok hasn't brought everything crashing down. But yeah, I think I want to see if Tori's ready to get up. And then I might have her tag team in here for a little bit while I get ready. And then once I like wash my face, take a quick shower, I can swap back in and we can get right back to Expedition 33. I'm ready to keep playing. I can play right now, honestly. But I do need to like pee at least. And I need to switch the recording back and set it to day 2. So I think that's the game plan. Let me see how the recording's doing. You're being summoned. It is time for day 2 to beginneth.
Hey, yippee!
Yippee! Okay, we still have a lot of space left on my recordings drive, so I think we're doing all right. 1 hour Mario Silence. Meteor Quest will still be on for a little while longer. So please do keep sending stuff in. And until then, I think I can pass this back to you. You know, if the hydrate applies to you and Dawn. Okay. Get some water. Chagalag. I'm gonna take this off because I'm not gonna be in the room, but we'll both be able to hear stuff when I unplug. I honestly, the other thing I can do, I can just turn it on the TV. That's the other thing I realized. There we go. And then, okay, does that pick up on the mic? Not really. But it's still coming through on browser sources, so that's fine. Because chat can hear it, and we can hear it through the TV. Water.
Hey, look, there's the kitty.
Where's our kitty? Nope. Oh, there. Oh yeah, there she is.
Actually, you want to hand me a toy, and that's how I'll entertain.
Yes, that's gonna be the stream coverage entertainment. And I am gonna have to get.
Oh,
Great. What do you want?
pick up.
Yeah, a couple. All right, you're getting. This bedroom. Definitely didn't need a blanket. Too warm.
Got that.
Oh, is it still blasting me?
Up, fuckers. Oop. Face reveal. You better cat view. Hey, you're a fucker. Got him. Come here. Eat. Eat. Fuck you too. Good morning. I'm such a pleasant person when I wake up. Weeks for the kitty. That's not a great view of her.
A shower?
Yeah, go for it. Hmm? Go over milestones. Yeah, we're up $1,777. Invisible. Oh god, yeah, invisible cat toy because it's a green screen. Oh, that's awesome. The cat toy is reacting to the green screen of NVIDIA broadcast.
I turned the green screen on.
I don't know why it's doing it. Even wants it. She might not even want to play.
It's actually the Amazing Digital Circus. Beware the threat. A small tiger or a baby cat. This is bad from the back. Oh, yeah. Perhaps better interest? What is fun? Kind of, it flies a bit because it's got the feathers, so it spins kind of like a birdie in badminton. Yeah, get it. Whee. The Mario death sound effect distracted her. What the fuck? Fishing. Fishing for a cat. Fishing. okay? Kill. Cat kill. How do I see the list? I'll let you do that in a moment. I'm gonna go over the rewards that we hit and the rewards that we need. Also, fun fact, Fallout New Vegas is set in the year 2025, so technically it's set in the past. We are older than Fallout New Vegas.
We're trying to catch up though at this rate.
We're working on it. We're getting there. I'm sure we'll get there any day now. Come on. God. Oh, on the milestone notes. Huh? Okay. Oh. He. On the milestone notes. We had such a super successful first day yesterday, everybody. And thank you so very much. All your support. Here are some of the milestones that we hit. We hit the $100 goal. It was a downloadable Hercules art print. That's already up on our Discord and some other, and I'll see if I can find some other places to put it. But that's available for you all. It's just a little thank you for, you know, the first milestone. All out old Vegas, am I right? Yeah. Yeah, no. She's looking. Okay. For 200, he reached the milestone to do a karaoke stream. So we're gonna have a stream just dedicated to doing all karaoke, all stream. It might just be us. We might see if some friends want to get in on it. But yeah, that'll be happening. So you won't need to spend your karaoke points to see us sing pretty poorly, but it'll be a lot of fun. For the $300 milestone, we got the Lego building stream for the Tutor Corner. So Dante's gonna stream, and I'll probably help because big set. Building the Tutor Corner modular building set, and it will go right above our TV, as you've seen. Let me see. Boop. We've got a bunch of other modular sets. It'll go up there. Be part of our little build. There's a 500 that we hit, which is me creating a stream schedule for the year, which I am both excited and terrified about. Thank you all. I'm probably going to be adding two. That's good. My new stream Tuesday, Wednesday, and some weekend day. And we're going to see if I can keep that for a year. That's my goal. Oh, right. Thank you. I stupidly moved the mic away from me. Anyway, I'm making a stream schedule because you all graciously donated us over $500. Yippee! So that'll be Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and some weekend day that is yet to be determined. But it will be at least one weekend day. So 3 days a week, streaming. Yippee! I got into a tangent about how tigers and cats, we diverged from gorillas more recently than cats from tigers. Who? Oh boy, don't you worry, Locke, because it already is! We have hit our $600 goal, which is the multi-course peanut butter cooking stream. So I'm gonna teach you all some multiple peanut butter food dishes. I'm gonna strap a camera to my head and we're gonna do a little live stream of me cooking some dishes. It'll be awesome. I'll have to plan it, figure out all the ingredients, but there will be lots of peanut butter food in our future, and Dante is happy. And yeah, Jimmy, you can have some too. There's gonna be so much peanut butter food. What else did we hit? We hit our $1,000 goal, which is gonna be a hiking vlog. So that's another thing that we're gonna plan. We're gonna go hiking somewhere. We're gonna vlog it. It's gonna be a bit of a practice vlog for our potential $2,000 milestone, which is gonna be a PAX West vlog. With the PAX West vlog, if we reach that goal, we'll be vlogging all the happenings going on at PAX West, which will probably include some of our lovely co-streamers as well. So we're hoping to get some practice with how to actually do a vlog. Never done that before. But because of all of your generous donations, we are going to find out. So thank you so very much. Our next milestone goal to hit is going to be that $2,000 goal for the PAX West vlog. Quick rundown of what else we have. If we hit 3,000, Dante is going to become a video essayist and post at least one, but hopefully two, video essays, because he's a big video essay guy, and wants to complete some of those. Yeah, man, get it. Yeah! Yeah! Kill! Yes! Yes, Johnny! Yes! Wow! I wrapped it all around the stick. Oh god, it's stuck. Oh my god, it's so stuck. Oh my god, here, have a treat while I fix your toy. Whee! Okay, that's the $3,000 goal. The $4,000 goal is Dante gets a tattoo. Content pending. A little less interesting for me to get a tattoo, considering I am a VTuber and I already have a tattoo. But he has none, so at 4,000, he'll get one. But wait, there's more. At 5,000, I'll do a cosplay weapon crafting stream. Probably a series, because it'll take more than one day to do it. But I'm working on a Riven cosplay sword. I have been working on it for the better part of 3 years, and it has barely touched my work table in over 2 years. And it's time to pull it back out. So at $4,000, I'll actually stream myself working on it. There will be cutting, there will be sanding, there will be priming and painting and prepping and general LED work. There'll be some electrical components to it. Pretty sick, not gonna lie. But I'll figure out a way to stream it for you at 4,000. Or at 5,000, sorry, 5,000. But wait, what else do we have available? Well, at this point, we jump all the way up to 9,000, because this is a bit of a big one. Going back to Dante getting a tattoo, if we happen to raise $9,000, chat will get to pick the stick and poke design for the tattoo. And I will be the one performing the tattoo. So if you want to watch me give Dante a tattoo of your choosing, that'll be 9,000. That'll be really good. And finally, the last one, the big $10,000 milestone. If we happen to hit that, chat will get to pick our next pet name. It won't be for a bit because we are still trying to find some financial stability, obviously, as per our current actions. But once we do, and we do want to, Dante wants to get a dog. And Pan's gonna get lonely, and gonna need a new sibling one day. So, a dog is likely in our future. And so if we do happen to reach that $10,000 milestone, chat will get to pick that dog's name. Probably a dog. It might be a cat, but it's probably gonna be a dog. So yeah, those are the milestones. If you would like to donate, and just want to get a little something for yourself, at $100, for a $100 donation, I will make you a custom Your Hercules' Hero art print. And if you are so kind as to donate $200, you'll get a handwritten letter from me and a custom watercolor piece. Only 10 of those are available, and that would require shipping, but I could also just scan it and send it to you via email if that's your preference and you don't want to put in your shipping information. But if you want something physical and handmade, I will do that for the first 10 people to donate $200. It says only one person has claimed that so far, but I think a couple more actually have. But still, I'll probably do about 9 more. So yeah, that is the full rundown of our incentives and milestones. If you have any suggestions for any of those gaps, we're still open to taking them, but kind of at our discretion at this point. But we super appreciate all the support that we've gotten so far, and we really appreciate all of you, even just for hanging around, because really, that's our primary goal with this, is just getting back and spending time with our community and playing some Expedition 33 in marathon style. We're disrupting our schedules to get back into our rhythm, you know? And we are happy to put on a show and raise some money while doing so. So thank you all for being here. It is really awesome. And here's more Pan. Can't really see her right now because she's on the floor. I'm wondering if she was out here at any point in the night. Use bottle caps to connect the blade and handle. I did that actually for a did something similar for a weapon I made for Jim DeGuy. I used a marker as the handle, and the cap I put into the blade so that the blade and the handle could be disconnected. I would consider the same thing with this weapon. The problem is, it's so fucking big that a bottle cap ain't gonna do it. A bottle ain't gonna do it. And there is actually a clear rod that goes through the entire weapon, because the entire blade of the weapon is actually in shards and is not supposed to be physically connected to one another. I did fuck around. I did try to see if I could do something with magnets and rope, but that was a little too advanced. And
Okay,
I'm in your chair.
You're just off screen.
Uh-huh. I've been on screen for most of it.
I see. Well, thank you for the lovely rundown as we enter day 2.
Woo! Can I have my
Proper.
headset back?
Yeah. It's all yours.
Right here. You gotta give me the thing, dude.
It's right in my computer.
Wow, give me that. What's up?
There we go. Okay, so you just heard the rundown for day 2. Or for the stream in general, the charity status, fundraising status. Y'all have already blown away, really, all the expectations we had just by even getting any of these milestones reached. This is crazy. Thank y'all so much. Again. Cannot thank you enough. But yeah, we're gonna just keep going. There's still a lot of Expedition 33 left to play. Turn this light on again. I'll set that up. There we go. And we're just gonna see what happens today. Just happy to have y'all here. If you're feeling generous, please feel free to donate, but also just hang out and have some fun with us. Hydrate or dihydrate. Oh,
Dante, just for your
I think I'm running.
purposes, I'm gonna head out of here around 10:50, 10.
Okay.
Or 11.
10:50, 10 or 11. Yeah, okay. So I can get in. We're gonna do a little early break today, cause Dawn's got to go in to cover someone's shift at work. But during that time, it's Thursday, so I will be doing my regularly scheduled Telling Tales Thursday game of Metaphor ReFantasia while she's out, so that she doesn't miss any of my metaphor experience. But I will, yeah, I'll just be taking an early break then, and that'll be kind of like what we did last night, but just for her shift, and then it'll be all Expedition after that. So yeah. Okay, and it's playing in here. I'm actually gonna leave the TV on in the background just because it makes everything go to shit when I turn it off. But I will mute it, and that should be fine. And then it'll be ready for tonight. It'll be just nice background stuff, and hopefully the OLED doesn't burn out because stuff is moving around on the screen, and it's mostly black. All right, so we got to turn off the auto frame. Turn on the background replacement. There we go. Yeah, I want to We got that over there. I'll bring the Twitch chat back over. I'll zoom chat back out. Don't need it to be that zoomed in. I do wonder. I'm gonna try reloading the Twitch page, just cause it the rewards request queue thing on my screen is just entirely broken, and I don't know why. It's silly. Yeah, I think I should make some social posts, like just add on some reblogs with the picture. So maybe I'll go do that real quick, and then we'll start up our day 2. But let me get the game started. The game.
Be my background music, please.
Yes. Here. I do need to mute. Okay. No more blast bell beats for now. But isn't that so cool? I know it was kind of just background ambiance while random sound effects were playing in my ears overnight. But I think Tirzu knocked it out of the park. I actually want to leave a message letting him know. Where's chat? I don't know what. I can't get chat back now for some reason. Live chat. Open pan. Underneath. That's stupid. I just did my first sleep stream in ages with this as background ambiance. Thank you, Mario. Oh, I don't think that works, but that's fine. Meow. Oh, that's picking up. Okay, yeah, I think that's gonna do it. That matters. I will go to buffer. Are you alright if I just share, or do you want to share the pictures on your account, just in replies to my post, or do you want me to just take the image? Okay. Hell yeah. Let's get Expedition 33 running, though. Get that started up. Local save 1250. There's a cloud conflict. Why is there a cloud conflict? Go with the local save. One's later. Okay. Title the stream as well. What did I title this in YouTube? Did I title it Day 1 here as well? Stream settings? I did. I edit the title now. Called Day 2. I could. I only did it as like a fallback on YouTube because I didn't know if the live stream would just kill itself. But we'll just throw that in there. Oh, the beautiful music. What the hell is happening? Thank you. All right. Go to main. I'm gonna stop showing Mario on the stream. Turn off viewer requests. There we go. And turn off music. I think the other thing that was really weird about last night that I'll have rectified for tonight was because I think I accidentally left the web page for Stream Elements media effects on. It was like jumping around some of the earlier videos, and I think it unfortunately might have skipped one or two of them because it was getting confused because I had the panel open in OBS, but also the web page open, and I don't know why that was moving the play bar around, but oh well. Yeah, alright, and we're back to main here, so that's all good. And then I just need to update. Oh, another hydrate, thank you.
Another hydrate.
Galag, galag. What's up? Yes.
Yay.
Streaming to Discord. There we go. Hercules Heroes Day 2. Media requests are not on right now. No more media requests until the night cometh once more. Oh yeah, do you want your VTuber back in here? Alright, that's fair. Let's see. I'll put in marathon. You know what? That's gonna be a great tag actually, because it's being used for a game right now. There we go. Alright. Yeah, just gotta put out some socials. I'll reload the creator dashboard and see what happens there. I think I also wanna start a new... Ah, there's the request queue. Alright, I think Dawn had all of these hydrates covered. So these should all be good. I'm gonna hit complete all. Yes, complete all. There we go. Alright. Rewards queue. No longer broken. I think I'm just gonna go to the socials directly. Gonna be the easiest way. Don't think Buffer has a way to reply to stuff. Tragically. Blue sky. Or I could just make a... You know what? Maybe it'll be easier if I just make a new post. I'll just do that, actually. Go to Buffer. And this will just go to my main socials. I would post to Instagram. No more... Yeah, I can't do any more channel connections without the pro subscription. Save. How do I save the image? There we go. Milestone download. Day 2. Fundraising marathon begins. stunning. Oh, and wait, the second 3 in the title is normal. What is up with the armbands? Why are they like that?
No.
Stunning amount of goals. Milestones. Already hit.
Huh?
Downloadable. In the game, well, I'll point it out once we get back in. But at the beginning of the game, I noticed that the armbands that the Expedition 33 expeditioners have, the 3 on their armband. The first one looks like that, but the second one looks scuffed, and I thought that was weird. But nobody's ever addressed it, and it doesn't seem consistent. Like, it's not like this art has it. So I don't know. I think even maybe some other Expedition 33 armbands have the right second 3 on it. So I don't know.
Vibing with the music.
The music is a vibe. You fucking nailed that Bee and Puppy Cat style. That's crazy.
Thank you.
How good you did that. Where's the... Is there a share feature? Where do I just hit? I know there's like the short link that we have for the campaign that you posted in announcements. I am trying to see if I can just get that from the charity page, but I don't see it here. Unless the Amplify This campaign generates that. Let me see. No. Yeah, this is a different thing. How did you get this short link? Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna keep grabbing it from Discord. Okay. Posting all the socials. Oh wait. No, not that. Photo. Upload an image. There we go. Can I use your Tumblr at for the art?
Sure, yeah.
Hell yeah. check it all out here. There we go. Alright. Twitch stream, Dante, YouTube streaming, gaming. Metaphor. No, not Metaphor. Well, Metaphor will be happening today. Expedition 3. There we go. Post to Tumblr. Alright. That looks good. Yes? Yes. We recently posted this. Unfortunately, we can't post the same content again so soon. What do you mean? This image is too large for Blue Sky. Oh my god. You made this a chonker? How big is this? I mean, it's a PNG, I guess, so that's probably gonna be big. Oh my god, it's 0.08 megabytes too big for Blue Sky. Alright, I'm just gonna... Wait, it is already a JPEG. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's a 2480 by 3508 size piece, so that's just a lot of pixels. Damn. How do I trim 0.08 megabytes off of a picture?
I can just export it smaller.
Yeah, if you just DM me a smaller export. I don't, you know, I want the big one for most people, but just for this social post. Expedition 33. You're doing that. I have noticed, for some reason, game capture. Why are you... Can you stop grabbing other stuff, please? Let's see. Hercules download. I will pick new file, Hercules download. It is good. Yeah. Good for Blue Sky. Alright, publish. Go. Your post is likely live on Facebook. Please check that your post is successfully published on Facebook.com. Buffer! Why are you like this? Make sure all this. Yep, alright, that's good. Twitch is good. Yeah, alright, I think let's not waste any more time. Let's get into it. Been an hour doing some Expedition 33 and then hopping over to Metaphor for an early Telling Tales Thursday. Oh, that's why it looks so weird. It was zoomed out for some reason. Alright, I'm gonna stop and restart